here to mingle our experiences. So what? Tell us your experience while you were passing through the scene of mindfulness in a good way. Yes. Yes, now. Thank you. What was your experience? Or what happened to you in any way?
Thank you so much. Myself, I love it, and I feel somehow my heart is light.
Wow.
Yeah, I feel at ease.
Wow. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Can we know your name if you don't mind? Say that it becomes the introduction.
Yes, I'm called Kala Jenny Rosemary Bahizi, a mother of 5.
Wow. Let's welcome Bahizi. This stand. Thank you so much, Mama. Yes, Auntie.
Josephine Rogonja, a mother of 4. It felt good.
Very good. Thank you. Let's welcome Josephine. See someone, there was another one called Josephine, so the happiness is increasing. Okay, thank you.
My name is Ruth Sanyo Ogiri.
Yes, Mama.
Yes, since they're talking about children, I am mother of 4,
Yes.
grandmother of 2, and I've really loved this. In fact, I've never loved myself that I've seen here.
Yes.
I always love others and
Yeah.
spend time with others, but I've never recognized that I should love myself.
Oh,
So, that's
okay.
really good.
Thank you. Let's welcome Mama.
My name is Jean Chrysostome.
Yes, Papa.
Father for 2 children. I appreciate this exercise because today morning I wake up very tired, but after this exercise, feeling well.
Thank you. Let's welcome Papa. Thank you. It's okay, it's fine. I can pass the microphone. So maybe if you can know you, if you don't mind.
Hello everyone,
Yes, hello.
my name is Princess Mukisa Luciana. I'm single, I'm just...
Oh, wow. Miss Princess, you're most welcome.
Good morning, everyone.
Yes, good morning, dear.
My name is Nakamia Judith Mabel, a mother of 4. I'm happy to be here. I felt loving myself, and I always do.
Wow, that's good. Thank you for coming. Mama.
Doreen Kawasindi Mandela, a mother of 3. In this exercise, I felt peace.
Wow.
And actually, I felt sleepy.
Yes. No. Thank you. Wow, wow, that's beautiful. Thank you so much for coming, Mama.
Winnie Fernandez, I am a mother of 2, and I felt at peace, and I'm happy to be here.
Oh, wow. You're welcome, the mother.
I am Sister Maria Josephine Nazima, a mother of 4.
Wow. So welcome that. I know you have mothered me.
And the exercise really did me a lot of good because I was becoming a little bit anxious about people who are not coming in.
Yeah.
And I started feeling for the organizers, as pillars. But when we went into this,
Yeah.
then I kind of calmed down and even dozed a bit.
Thank you. Thank you so much. It's normal actually. Like some sign of peacefulness.
Yeah.
Yes, mother.
I'm Teddy Shwangise, mother of 5, grandmother of 2. When I came in, first of all, I'm sorry I came in late. I was stressed. But after the exercise, I felt good, I felt at home, I thought I was in the right place.
Wow. Thank you so much. Someone told me. Thank you so much. Hey, this gentleman. Yes, please.
Yes, thank you very much. Good morning, friends.
Yes, good morning, Uncle.
My name is Andrea Rick Evans. Actually, I'm a father to many, being a teacher.
Yeah.
And representing St. Denis Sebuguao and standing the shoes of my teacher.
Wow.
Actually, this exercise, it's not the first time to have this, but you have reminded me on how best to do it.
Wow.
So I've learned that with this I can manage stress.
Yeah.
Yes, I felt stress-free, and if it's a memory card with a lot of viruses, I just feel that it has been emptied. Yes.
Thank you so much, Mr. Sebo, you're most welcome. I know. I will let me deny the microphone for now. I'm sorry. For the first time, I'm greedy in my life. Thank you so much, parents. I want to assure you of one thing, that you who is here, you are the one for today. There is nothing else, there is none more, no what, you. It's me. So we have one project we are going to run here called I, Me, and Myself. That's the project we are going to run today. Then every single day, our tapping after here. So now, in the most special way, I want to welcome straight away our facilitator. She is already with us. She's a mother. That's the bit of it that I like. That whoever chose her surely was the right choice. I've listened to her severally, followed to her, even behind the scenes. She doesn't know that I even follow her. I see her, talking. I see her giving energies. I see her trying to give in for mental health in this nation. And even not only in this nation, on the globe, internationally. I've seen her going to the rock of ground, trying to talk to the mothers who are unable to raise. I've seen her in the first class of people trying to tell them about mental health. So I think we are so much privileged to have Madame Winnie Fernandez. Let's welcome her. And she will need to talk much about her. But what I know, she has mothered this nation, especially in the Catholic Church, even beyond the Catholic Church. Please, Mama Nava Fumbo, you are most welcome, and feel free to take us wherever you want. I trust you. Thank you, Mama.
God is good. And all the time. Nakato with Mary Fernandez. I am a mother to many, but biologically, by God's grace, a mother of two very handsome boys. Yeah. I am a clinical psychologist. I practice. Mostly, I do consultation at Serenity Center here in Kabula Muliro and in other rehabilitations as demand arises. I serve in the Catholic Church as the Nava Fumbo. Nava Fumbo is the female head of the married couples. I am the Nava Fumbo of Kampala Archdiocese. In that, I move in 73 parishes and chaplaincies and schools to make sure that we can sustain happy marriages, and also that those who are living in families, we have stable families. I am married to a man, one man. Normally when I'm introducing my husband, I kneel down, but I will introduce him while standing. For today only, he's Captain Fernandez Mugisha Alexander. We have been friends for 37 years, married for 18. He has been my friend right from teenage age, adolescent. We have moved together. We've actually helped one another grow, both in many ways. We have developed ourselves together. I don't think any of us can say this is mine, but we know this is ours. The topic I was given to share is parenting styles and the impact on children. I'm sorry I am not running the projector. They asked me to do that, but out of the experience, I have moved. Whenever you run the projector, the focus is on the projector. People don't listen to you. The focus is on the projector, they want to take screenshots, then they're not able to explain the screenshots. So I want to catch your attention, that you listen. When you have to ask questions, I am able to respond to them. Looking at our society, there are many parenting styles, many, 10 plus. But looking at our society, I chose 6 that fits us best. Because even if I come and give you a parenting style for only the white, and it is not applicable with our cultures here, it might not benefit us much. I want to start with the authoritative parenting style. Authoritative. When we talk about an authoritative parent, this parent is a friend to the child or to the children. Authoritative parenting, based on research, is considered to be the best. I have chosen to start with the best so that we can evaluate ourselves. He said it is about I, me, and myself. So, which type of parent are you? The authoritative parent balances the warmth, the love for the child or the children. This authoritative parent, being that he or she is a friend to their child or children, they know the friends to their children. They take that time to get to know. Not that they want to know the friends of the children because of their background, are they rich, are they what? No. But for you to understand your child better, children know us, and they know that mom, when she calls you, you should go maybe with your eyes looking like this, and she will not say this. So they will do that. They know us very well. Even if I have committed a crime and I go crying before mommy, she's automatically going to think I'm innocent. So they may present that. When you know the friends of your children, they help you to understand your child better. But what do we do as parents? We don't know the friends of our children. And we say, I know my child. Before you, you may have a saint, an angel. Actually, it is people outside there who will tell you, among the children, there are others. Even this one is there. I said, no, my son, my daughter cannot do that. But your son, your daughter is in that group that bullies others. Maybe if you knew the other children, you go to school on visiting day, and this child is expecting you. They will come when they have tucked in very well. But if among his 5 friends, you notice there are 3 who are moving with collars high up, you'll pick interest. Why are these collars up? How are the friends walking? How are the friends greeting you? Okay? Some children, by the way, they're so brave, they can come and just say, hi, this is the friend of my child, and yet yours has come, good morning, ma'am. Good morning, then. But the person he's moving with, they actually say, kabonge kwe, kabonge ka. So you wonder how this one who is so polite is moving with this other person. And yet there is a saying that says, we are able to tell all about you because of your company. So when we know these friends, they will help us to understand our children better. Our children stay longer with these friends than they stay with us. Because for you, it is a busy world. We leave very early in the morning, we go back very late. By the time you get home, you're exhausted. The best you can do is sit in the couch, they greet you. Have you bathed? Have you done homework? Okay, you will maybe call the house manager. Have these people had their tea? You know? And everything is yes, no, yes, 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 yes. After that, we move maybe to retire. But you have not observed any other behavior in that child. So this parent I'm talking of, the authoritative, is a friend to the child. So if you're a friend to the child, it's just like how you have friends. You want to know more about your friend. So you will have that time to ask your child what would be happening to them. This kind of parenting style helps our children to gain confidence. Because mom is my friend, dad is my friend, I can talk to them freely. They will come and tell you anything, however good or bad. Even the child will not get to say, but what I'm going to tell mom, is she going to judge me? What I'm going to tell dad, is he going to get mad? But because you're their friend, they will tell you. Many of our children are not running to us to tell us. Why? Because we are not friends to them. We are more of donors. We are more of suppliers. Okay? So the child says, now if I tell mom, she's going to judge me. The best thing, let me go and tell my friend. But the friend he or she is telling also needs help. So it becomes very difficult for this child. But when these children, we give them a ground of friendship, there is that confidence that they build. Yes, they'll go to school. Because you're their friend, you know that at times things refuse. Not every time that you're in class, you're going to excel. There might be some subjects that might be hard for you. But when you're a friend to your child, you know how best to help them. Where are they not balancing? And you will help them. Not to judge them. Now look at you. Your brother is getting 100. You're here getting 60. You're the parent, you are forgetting that people are different. So definitely, the way we're going to become productive is also different. Let it be academically, it will be different. But when you're friends to your children, you already know that this son of mine is a vision learner. Okay? When he misses, catching up might not be easy. So you always try to make sure the child is there. This one is a slow learner. Even if they have taught in class, I have to come and help him or her understand what they have said. Do I need to get a teacher to give them extra classes? Okay? And with this child, because of that confidence they have in mama and papa, that friendship, you help them in different skills. Because the way you talk to them is in a friendly manner. You're not shouting. You're not yelling at them. You're not calling them names. You know, it's very interesting that we can afford to call our children names, yet that child is from you. So that means if I am shouting and saying, you are stupid, then automatically the stupid child did not come from a clever person. They have a bit of my stupidity. So I'm only telling myself that I'm also stupid. But these are the words that we shout across the children. Because for sure, you're a parent who is so clever. How did it happen that you got a product that is stupid? This child is your own product. We are supposed to encourage them. Oh, this time you got these grades, but I know you can do better. I think something didn't go well. Did you concentrate? What went missing? You know, already they know mom is not judging me. Okay, my mother is believing in me. But when they bring a bad report, what do? You get the very report, throw it at their face, the kicks are flying this way, the stick is hitting the legs, the slaps are touching the cheeks and everywhere, and then what do you expect from this child? The child is going to say, I am a total disappointment. Because even my own parent cannot believe in me. That's why at times these children keep quiet. But this authoritative parenting, it enables the parent to talk to the child and gives the child some encouraging words, some encouragement for the child to perform better. And they get these children involved into what they are doing. By now, an authoritative parent, even when they are setting home rules or guidelines, they will involve their children. Remember the guidelines that you're setting. It's the children that you want to follow. You want the children to follow them, but again, when you're setting them, you don't consider them. Okay? You are saying, in my house, I want lights out at 8. But you have a candidate who has to read slightly more. But you are not listening to this child. These authoritative parents, when they are setting guidelines for their home, they will consider their children, they will get even opinions. We are not saying that you give the child a right to make decisions in your home, no, but receive opinions from them. Because for some reason, you might say, on Sunday, for me, I want to eat peanut stew. That's what you want. But maybe it is according to doctor's advice. In the course of the week, you're eating a lot of junk food for wherever you are. So Sunday, you're like, I want to eat the chinyowa I used to eat when I was still young. But you don't consider these people who have been in the week eating the same peanut stew while you are away at work. So when you sit with them and you give them a chance to draw the menu for the home, much as you're the one who is going to buy, then maybe you'll find the pizzas and stuff and you're like, no guys, pizza is not that healthy. You need some organic food. Now that you have pizza on this menu for a week, it's appearing 4 times. Can we reduce it? And also have this and that. You know, they will feel that they are part of you. But what do? We want to set the rules and they just do one thing to follow. That's why you see that when they become adolescents, they give us a lot of hard time. When somebody graduates, you expect them to be something, but they are giving you trouble because this way they were just following. They were not part of the guidelines that you were setting. So this authoritative parent sets the rules and gives the children room also to expose or share their mind. They set boundaries. You know, right now we have some parents who have no boundaries with their children. But as parents, we're supposed to have boundaries. Clear boundaries. Yes, the child is your friend, you can joke, you can say anything, but can this child recognize that I'm talking to mom or I'm talking to daddy? Much as you're joking, the child cannot say, I'm zero, but talking to mommy, talking to daddy. Why? Because our boundaries are not clear. Can this child know that dad has said this and not embarrass you in front of people? And keep quiet. And maybe when you get home, you say, but dad, for sure, when we went in that cell meeting, you said this, but that it was lacking. Other than the child just putting up and saying, I don't disagree, I don't agree with Mosaic. Anyway, I don't blame you, your aging. What you have just said has no sense. But the child is talking, referring to the parent. I wish we could set our boundaries very clear. I am your mother, I am your father, we joke, we are friends, but I am a parent and you are a child. And that is very clear. Okay? That's why we are getting problems with them thinking maybe we have overstayed and they want to come and take over. You have a business and the child comes and says, mom, what you did is old style. The thing should be like this. Just taking over you. So, our boundaries should be very clear. This parent is always aware of the children's needs. Parents today, are we aware of our children's needs? Do we know that they also have emotional needs? Do we know that they also get stressed? They have some needs that you cannot provide. Some children, it's not about the material things that you're giving them. They need you present, emotionally present, to run around with them, to play with you the ball, to hide and seek with you the parent. Daddy, come and look for me. Mommy, come and look for me. You look under the chair, you look under the table, they are not there. Then the small 5-year-old comes up and says, you see, I am here. And you know, like, how could this one do me like this? They need us, but we don't know that they need that. If a child says, Mom, come we play, you say, am I your age mate? Go and look for your sisters and you play. But an authoritative parent will give the child that role. This authoritative parent, when it comes to discipline, when you are wrong, they will correct you. And if there is anything that you should, maybe, of course, our cultures punish, but they will not just punish you without explanation. They will let you know that you've committed this crime, and when you commit this crime, it goes with this. Because by the time you commit the crime, among those guidelines, they have already explained to you, in this home, this is how we operate. When you go overboard, this is what you get as a result of your action. So that you commit your crime knowing, I have licked mom's sugar. We are not supposed to lick sugar. That means the following 2 days, no sugar in my tea. So when you're seated at the table and the sugar bowl is not going to where this child is, they will not say, Mom has punished me, Mom is discriminating me. They clearly know that here, when I lick the sugar, I have taken my portion for the other 2 days. But what do? At times we give those punishments without explaining, which affects the children. But this parent always knows and explains to the children. So when we look at this parenting style, it has advantages. The emotional well-being. These kids don't get stressed. There is stress that they may have, which is good stress. End of term exams are coming, they have to read extra, I am going to be late to go to school. That is good stress because at the end of it all, there is a positive outcome. But now, there are children who are getting stressed because of other things. So this emotional well-being is very important. Is your child happy? Some parents ask their children, why would you say your son, are you paying school fees? Are you the one paying rent? Are you buying food? What are you doing that is making you unhappy? Eh? Now for me who is looking for the money, what do you expect of me? But children too have feelings. They have feelings. There are moments when they are disappointed. They are at school and they are expecting a particular child to be their best friend. And that particular child has chosen another person. But the child has nobody to turn to say, you know, my best friend, I had taken my apple for today. Actually, when I gave them the apple, they got it and gave it to another person. That is stressing. Because she had carried her apple for a particular person. Not knowing that even the other person has another best friend. So in that process, this child gets disappointed. She's crying, you go to pick the child, and she's very sad, or he's very sad. And when they ask, you ask them, says, Mom, can you believe I did this one did that? Take away. Can that also annoy you? Why did you give them? Did they ask it from you? No, we are not supposed to be like that. This kind of parent will care for the child's emotional well-being. When they are sad, they want to find out why are you feeling like that, to make sure, because even when a child is so excited, there is also a problem. That very high excitement. The child, when something bad happens, but the child is just laughing, and they are very excited, like nothing has happened. There is also a problem. So emotionally, as a parent, are you looking at this child's emotional well-being? Another thing is the advantage that they help them to develop self-discipline. An authoritative parent helps the child to develop self-discipline. How? Because they give them room to take charge. Do you know that in our homes, there is a way we don't trust our children? You have children who are at campus, but you're the one who is managing the home. Yet you can get the money and say, you know what, Winnie? This is what we have for this week. Can you plan for the family? But we are doing everything. By the way, the parents, we are even the ones going to the market to buy the tomatoes. You go to the market, you will find parents, tuna, onions. They are the ones who are buying everything. But back home, the campus side is sleeping. The other one, Bacchus is watching Nickelodeon. There's another one who is just with earphones walking on the street, and you find the mama dying with the buveras. This side, potatoes. She's the one doing the shopping. When are you training your child to be responsible? That is, this parent helps the child, because this child has to get accountability of who they are. So we want them to be good people when they are adults, but at home we have not given them that training. So being that they teach this child self-discipline when they are still young, they grow up with that. When they are adults, they are not a problem to society or to those they are with. Then the social competence. This parent will teach the child social competence, how to interact with others, because remember, they know their friends and wherever they are going. I'm not saying that wherever you go, move with the child. No. But if you're going to church, do you know that parents are leaving their children home sleeping, and the parent is going to church, praying on behalf of the children, but tomorrow the parent, you're not going to be there? this child has to teach her children or his children how to pray. But how will they learn? When we are going to visit the grandparents, we are not going with these children. We leave them in the home. Then tomorrow when it is your time to become a grandparent, how do you expect this child to do what? To come and take care of you? Because they have not seen that. We have not trained them. How do they learn to socialize with others? Okay? Solving problems. This parent helps the child to solve problems. Some of us, parents, when the child tells you when you've gone to pick them in the evening, or you've gone on VT, Mama, do you see that boy? He took my pen. That day he took from... The mother is the one who goes to fight with the other boy. Come, why did you take Princess' pen? Eh? How could you take my child's graph? Why would you eat from her container? It is the parent. Instead of the parent teaching the child how to resolve a conflict, it is the parent who goes to resolve the conflict. But this authoritative parent will help the child resolve conflict. So, with this kind of parenting style, of course, everything has a good and also a bad. Okay? It has many positives in the long term. But also, if you don't do it well, it also has some negatives. Because by being a child's friend, you might overdo it and not do it the right way, and the child takes it for granted. The boundaries are not clear, the child can decide to override on that. Then the communication, how did it come in? And of course, with our culture, now their culture checks you in, and they say, the way this child has been grown up, raised, it's not in line with the what? With the culture. So the negative of it would be more in the cultural difference. Because remember, with our cultures, we all know where we come from. Like where I come from, I'm a Misoka. You don't talk while the parent is talking. And yet this time, we are supposed to talk, mom and dad and the children. But our culture, it is order. You do as they have told you. So there is that, the negative. The other one, but this is the recommended parenting style that I personally struggle to use, and I have seen its outcome. And it is one that has been researched as the best among the other parenting styles, researched by several researchers. And for those who have tried it, I am a living testimony. I am at peace when parents are busy running up with the adolescents and what? We are talking. Come and say, okay, Mom, I need some 10 minutes. Say, okay, 10. They ask for 10, it turns out to be 4 hours. They even tell you, but Mom, my boys always tease me, and they say, the mommy before psychology is different from the mommy after psychology. And I always ask them, are they different? He says, no, it is the same mommy, but the one before psychology. But the one after psychology is the best mommy. If the one after psychology is the one we began with, it would be different. And I'm like, okay, it is not so nice to listen when a child is telling you your negatives. I'm like, but tell me, the one before psychology, how was she? She was always right. You just had to follow. One person commits a crime, the whole house, all the family members come. Before you mention who has done what they have done, you all shared the beating. But at least this one after psychology calls you and says, okay, we have this. How do we resolve this? How did we get here? Then you air out yourselves, and even if you're to get your punishment, you actually actually, you're getting it for what you've done. This one after psychology does not beat, and yet, like when she's telling you, you will not get this, the punishment is even bigger than the other one before. Because the other one before psychology, you just come and stiffen your body, and they beat the way they want, and you walk out. But it has not changed. I will do the same mistake. But now this one after psychology makes you then, you feel that in yourself, that I have to work on myself. I have committed this. My friends are saying when they do this, their parents are doing that, and mine has just talked to me. She has listened to me. So I have an assignment to become a better person. So you get that feedback. At times it's not so nice. But they have told you, and you also work on yourself. We have the authoritarian parenting style. This is a very ugly one. Eh? This parent is order on order. My house, my roof, my food, it is mine. Now, I've been hearing when we're introducing ourselves, I have 5 children, I have this number, I have 4, 2. Now, with an authoritarian parent, as they conceive the child, the profession is also conceived. For you, you're going to be a doctor. Whether you understand sciences or not, doctor. You're a teacher. Mom, I don't want to become a teacher. I want to become a nurse. I have said you're a teacher. Don't you see your brother is a doctor? How come now you're number 3, you're the engineer? Me, I have to have a doctor, I have to have an engineer, I have to have a priest, I have to have a sister. Whether they want, they can't manage the courses. That's what the parent wants. But what is the outcome? When they get to those professions, they will not perform. We have seen very many children, they graduate in a particular field, not that the job is not there, but they feel that's not what they want. And they even say, Mommy, I have given you your degree. And by the way, we dance, but we have never asked ourselves, why do they give us our degrees? Mom, thank you for all that you have done, and Daddy, this gown, that is for you. Are you giving it to me because you've achieved what you wanted? Or you're giving it to me because I wanted this? Now through you, I am getting what I wanted. And you know we dance in that gown. But we have not understood why this child is giving us the gown on graduation. This parent has no friendship with the child. Everything is ordered. I know most of us in this room, we may have been raised with this kind of parenting style, whereby they call you, Winnie, come here. Yes, Mommy. Where have you been? As you're trying to explain, they say, hey, I am talking and you're talking. Who is the mother here? But she's the one who has asked you, where have you been? And all you're trying to do is to explain. But for her, she's seeing it as an insult. Come. Why haven't you washed the dishes on time? Why haven't you done this? As you're trying to say, but can I lie down? You want to beat me? Okay, let me lie down. You come and beat me. I did not say I want to beat you. I was trying to answer. So this parent is a very tough parent. They have very high expectations, very high, to the point that they will even ask you, you mean those who are getting 4 aggregates are not children like you? Why did you get 8? While everybody is getting 4. Why can't you be like your brother who is getting 100? Why can't you be like the neighbor's child? Don't you see how they are performing very well? This kind of parent, the expectations are very, very, very high. So when these children are being raised, because you're very tough, they are going to show fear. You give them assignments, you give them a lot of things. but they will be in fear most of the time, and people will see that that is obedience. But it's not obedience. It is fear. Because they fear you so much, they will try to do whatever they do so that they don't get you beaten. Now when they are adults, the little child that went through that torture, that childhood torture will come and get them as adults. And you know who is going to suffer? Those who are around them. Then they will rebel. You used to beat them for bathing. Okay? Thank you. Then they will learn. They will say, they used to beat me for bathing. Do you know that? This one I'll tell you as now. I get cases where couples are coming to report their partners who don't want to bathe. Hey, they don't want to bathe, but they have to sleep in the same bed. But this man did not stop bathing when he's an adult, or the woman. They used to beat her for bathing when she was a child. So bathing is a punishment. But now I am in my home, and again you're telling me to bathe. Like Mama, who used to tell me to bathe. So what will the person do? They will rebel. But now who is suffering? It is the other person. And you who was beating them for bathing, you're not in their life at the moment. They're living with another person. So what we do with the children, it really forms them who they will be as adults. Now, these parents, they emphasize on particular things. If for an authoritarian parent has a certain class that they are in, they will expect their children to be only of that class, not any other class. Because I want children of this, and this is how we should be. That is how even we are getting some people going into forced marriages because of authoritarian parents. They don't listen. They are always right. So as a parent, you should be able to listen also to your child. The disadvantages of authoritarian discipline and orderliness, the advantage. There's discipline which will appear like discipline. Even on the village, they will say, those kids of that home. Oh, what a move coming over. And it is fear. Then when they grow up, they are the ones who are terrorizing again the very neighbors. Guys, these little kids were very good, but you can imagine how they are. So when these children are growing up, they are so, what would appear like discipline, everybody is saying that. They do things on time because don't touch this, don't do this, don't do this, don't is everywhere. But it has its own advantage when it comes, when they are a bit bigger. Academically, now when it comes to achievement, because they have to please the parents, they will do their level best. Remember, even if it is not in their capacity, they will have to do so much so that they please the parents. They will do whatever course you tell them to do, even if they don't want to do it, but because they have to please you. Now, when they are growing up, of course there is safety. Remember, you have told them you have to be here by 6. So while they are taking other children for either disorderly, these ones are already inside. So there is that safety. But it is keeping them in that place and they are not getting any other exposure. They have respect for authority figures because of their voice at home. When they get to school, the teacher calls, there is that fear always, they will come up immediately. So there is that respect. And there is, as they are growing up still young, the risk for behavior, bad behavior, yes, but as they grow, then they may really get into that because now they are going to battle with the torture that they got as they are growing up. So when they grow up, they try to transfer what they went through to other people. And very many couples are suffering because of that. You find someone struggling. There is a couple I was journeying with, and the man beats the wife. And you know why he beats the wife? Because he grew up when the father was beating the mother. And he asked the wife, are you different from my mother? My mother used to be beaten. How many times do I beat you? For me, my mother was beaten almost daily. So even this one has to be beaten. But he's making somebody who is very innocent for what the mother was going through. But it's because of this kind of style. Okay? And with these people, much as they are very tough, their boundaries are very clear. Because when somebody tells you, this is my house, in my house, you don't give rules. So you cannot even come to the table and say, Dad, can we go swimming? He's the one to suggest, today I will take you for swimming. You cannot say, I want to go and visit Aunt. It is Dad who has to say so, or Mommy. The disadvantages, these children become poor in decision making. They are not good at decision making. These are the people that we may find in workplaces, and as you're leaving, that is the person you're handing over as you go for leave. When you come back, you actually find the pie with the way you went with more. Then they will tell you, but you know when you were going, you did not tell me that even this I should do it. Because they are used to being taught. They are so depressed. They have nowhere to vent out. They have nobody to tell. So because of that, that sadness is so much on them. It is always on them. And when they are growing up, remember being that they have been used to being taught, these children struggle with autonomy, that independence. They can't, because they are used to being taught and to do things as they are instructed. So that being independent is not part of them. They are not flexible. If you told them it is this, even if you say according to how the weather has changed, now the gardens we can plant, this is, I know in this season, this is what we plant. And we grew up planting that. Because for them it is not easy. There was no flexibility as they were growing up. So they don't know that people can be flexible, and this really affects many in marriages. I don't know if you've lived with somebody that you cannot change their idea. If they say it is this, it will be that. Because that's what you people agreed upon when you're starting. And it causes mental health illness. Things like depression, anxiety, stress will stem from this kind of style. And you'll find that most of the children that we see on the streets, the street children, they are running away from home because of this style. There is no child that can run away from home because you're friendly. But all the children will run away because you're tough. So from there, it is very easy for these children to get into gangs and they go into addictions. Yes. The third one, it is the permissive parent. This one is very common. Many of us, I think, are applying it, whereby we kind of give this child permission the day we conceive. And when it comes to us women, it is worse. Okay? A permissive parent is the one who kind of allows the child to control them. And we do it as young as when they are 2 years. There are some homes where you go to, and maybe you're the type who likes listening to news. Now we have been out of the elections in Hawaii. You want to see what is the latest. Then you're like, hey, It is news time. Can we what is it? Number 4. News. This princess. You mean you can touch that remote when she wants it? She's the one, and when she has the remote, nobody watches anything. Mama, come here. Princess. Can we get the remote? She's like that. These parents are the type where the child will come, you're the visitor. They have something what you're going to eat. We don't say that visitors should not share with children. But how? And the child comes running with her dirty fingers, maybe she has been playing in some mud, and then touches in the visitor's plate. And then the mother will say, this one is so friendly. She eats from every plate. This one, the way she likes making friends. Permissive parents are like buying their love from their children. They don't want the children to see that they are wrong. Now when the children become adults, with a permissive parent, she will never, or you will never tell the child, you're in the wrong, but she'll look for the sister. And say, can you create time for your son? And you talk to him. And you come and take him. So she will bring the child and live at the sister's place. Then when you talk to the child, then the child comes and says, but mommy, can you imagine? Auntie was saying this and this. Auntie did this. I don't want to go back there and says, but why did she say that? But I'm also her. How could you do? No. I am not happy with my sister. How could she talk? And yes, you're the one who took the child so that the child can be talked to. A permissive parent is the type whereby the child will come back late in the night. And she's asking, but have you gotten something to eat? Can I fix you something? This child has come back. He's not coming back from work. She's not coming back from safari. She has not brought over money for the family. Nothing, but she has just gone to happen. And this parent wants to make sure the child has eaten something. True, when children go out, we're supposed to give them food. We provide for them. But again, we don't encourage their bad behaviors. But a permissive parent will do so. What were you saying? Mom, I don't want that school because the teachers there, they are like this. He says, which school do you want? King. Which school? Which one? You want us to change? Okay. And she will run to look for the school. Without even finding out why does this child want to change. So when this child grows as an adult, these are the children who are going to hop from one job to the other because nobody can say anything about them. You get her into this employment, I don't like it. They are always telling us we are reporting late. Mom, I don't think that environment is good. I mean, I will not go to work. Okay, let me try this other friend of mine. They get the child employment, the same story. And the mother or father is not bothered to find out why this is continuous. Permissive parenting is a very ugly parenting style because it has nothing it adds to this child. But when these children grow, they become a problem to many. These are people, when you have meetings, they will storm out. Just because you're not taking on the idea they have brought. If they come across with an idea, you have to take it on. Because a child who has been raised by a permissive parent, when they give them a cup of milk and says, I don't want, she pushes. The parent takes out and even calls the house manager. So and so, come. And why did you bring this milk? But you also know the child wants to do this. You take this away and give her what she wants. They serve the child food. I don't want to eat. I don't know. What do you want? Mom, I want KFC. Call the border man. Please, a bucket. That is permissive parenting. But you are not helping this young man or this young lady as they are growing up. Okay? But of course everything has an advantage. Being that they are like that, these children have their own independence, but independence that is not guided. They know when I say something, I have said it. No other person will say anything. These children, because of that kind of freedom we parents are giving them, there is that warmth, there is that love, but that love that is not really helping the child, love that is spoiling the child, love whereby you're saying, for me when I was growing up, my stepmother mistreated me a lot, so for me I am going to be there for my children, I am going to love them. Our father made us walk, now for me, my children, I am going to do everything that is possible so that they can get what they want. That kind of love. Yes, that warmth is there, but it's not helping the child. Because when we are raising children, we should stop being selfish. We raise children who are going to be with other people. Don't raise a child like this child is going to be stuck with you. Of course, being that they let them do whatever they want, the child can talk anything that they want, but there are no boundaries. And it is not helpful to the child. Now, the disadvantage is there is power struggle. Because remember, this child is used to where they are given free will. Free. So when they get up and they are fully grown, they have maybe offices, they're too married, they're two communities. They think they are entitled. There is that entitlement. And entitlement, raising a child with entitlement is very bad. It's what most adults struggle with. They feel they are entitled. I am entitled to this. You tell the child, I have this so much, and the child feels they're entitled to a certain amount. These children, because they have that kind of free will, nobody is guiding them, making the right decision is a problem. They are very poor at making decisions. They may expect others to treat them the same like you treated them. Because each time I came home and told Mom, I don't want this, she changed my choice. So even when they get married or they're in a community, let them be, even if they are religious, they will expect the mother of the house to do as their mother was doing. You don't just change them. They will feel they are entitled to anything that they want as long as they want it and nothing can happen to them. This kind of parenting style is not healthy when children become adults. Because when we are parenting our children, our goal should be in seeing them become adults and also become parents like we are. What kind of lineage are you going to leave behind with this kind of parenting style? The next parenting style is the uninvolved. Uninvolved. These are parents who are not involved in the life of their children. They are not. But now if they come like from a family like Sister Naziwa, and then if I happen to be Sister's sister, then I will say, after all, for her she does not have a biological child. Let me produce, she will take care of them. They are involved. They are the type who will produce and take to judge. They don't know that the child covers with a blanket or bed sheet, whether the child bathes with bathing soap or bath soap. They don't know. They are not in this child's life. They don't know the school of the child. You know that there are some parents who don't know the streams their children are in. You ask a parent, which class is your child? And they have to call another person to confirm the class. By the way, I'm here filling a form. Because so and so is in which class? But it's the parent. You have maybe educated them, done everything. The child gets to graduation. and you just inform them, so and so is going to graduate. Hey, where did she get to campus? The children grow fast. Hey. You mean I'm already getting a doctor? This is interesting. But now, God is merciful. They are uninvolved. They don't know who their child is. If they'll never go for school meetings, the teachers will call, they will not come. They don't know whether the tuition has been increased or not. They know nothing about their children. They have no time to listen to their children. Their children, they are not in the lives of their children completely. Even if the child tries to come, Mom, the teacher said that, hey, now why did the teacher give you homework? You go back to school, you will teach with the teacher. Am I a teacher? And if they've given the child homework, but the parent is uninvolved. So, this kind of parenting style affects the children. There is no good in it, apart from the child knowing that I am who I am, I have to fend for myself, I have to be me. Okay? But it is not a good one. Because maybe that they are not expecting anything from you. So on the child, there is no high expectation. Because nobody is involved. Whether you pass a class or you don't pass a class, what does it matter to? They don't know. You're going to repeat. They said you repeat. Okay, yeah, how much is school fees? They take to another system. I think the school they put this child in, they don't want, somebody is going to change the child, I am deciding we change the school, but they're not going to pay the fees. It is you who has to pay on their behalf. So the disadvantage is, these children feel neglected. These children develop low self-esteem because they have been raised with nobody to turn to. They lack guidance. Academically, their performance is poor. Imagine you're in school and everybody is talking about how they do homework with their mother, with their father, and for you there is nobody. Because where they have left you, the person does not remember anything. It is over 60 years when they were in school. But now what homework will they do with you? So these children tend to feel that rejection. They feel they are abandoned. And it affects them because with that abandonment, it results into confusion. The child doesn't know the right place to turn to. These children, they struggle with authority figures because there is no good in these authority figures. They grew up seeing them as bad people, people who send them out, people who are mistreating them. So even when they are employed, now mature, they have struggled, they've gone through, but now it is employment, they struggle, they can get a war on their bosses. Every boss is bad because they have to resist. Why? Because of what they went through. As I wind up, the next is we are going to look at the helicopter parenting, which is also very common. The teacher here might tell me how some parents call. Now with helicopter parenting, the parent can move around the child. If they bring a child at St. Donosio in the morning, they will take the contact of their SCAD, they will take the contact of the metro, they will take the contact of the class teacher, they will go to the head teacher, and maybe if there is a chairman for board, they would want to get that one also. So around dropping time and midday, she or he may call like 4 times. How is Junior? He's not crying. Says, no, it's okay. Hey, okay. Calls another one. Nance, her temperature. Is he okay? But now, the boy has not complained. The helicopter parent hovers around the child. Helicopter parents, when they give the child assignment, she or he is the one who does the assignment. And the child will come back and tell the teacher, but my mother is the one who did this assignment. Because the helicopter parents cannot let the child grow. They are doing everything for them. You will find a child of senior one who cannot wash her own or his own inner clothing. Because helicopter parent is doing everything. What is this child supposed to do? Sit, eat, and enjoy, and sleep. The helicopter parent will not allow this child to go independently, even if it is to play. She wants to select those that will play with him or her. You annoy the child, she comes and fights the child. This type of parenting, these are the parents who come to abuse the teachers. Why? Because the teacher maybe made the child stand up in class. How could you embarrass my son? Do you know it made him feel very bad? In amongst all the children in the class, and you told him to stand up, a helicopter parent will come and do that. Of course, being that they are there, hovering around the child, they're providing. So there's that they are, when you call them for speech day, they will come. You call them for school meetings, they will come. Anything to do with their child, they are there. But for them to let the child be, it is a problem for them. They will try to help and fix any crisis that you tell them about their child. But it's a disadvantage to the children. Because as teens, as they are growing up, of course whatever they ask from a helicopter parent, she will provide. But the disadvantage is that low self-esteem. The child does never get that confidence. It is always low because they are used to somebody doing those things for them. These children, because they know there is somebody to fight their battles, you will find them running into battles. They become hostile. Because I know I commit an offense, I fight with you, my mother is going to come and fight on my behalf. So I will continue with that. And because these children doubt their own abilities, when they grow up, these are the adults, before he buys a piece of land, he's going to live there with the wife, but first runs to consult. Mama, is it okay if I go and buy land in Zero? Yet we are here in Chisui. And but why are you going very far from me? Don't you see that this plot is big? Come and put your house here, and we all live together. And then he comes and tells the wife, me, my mother has decided we are building in the compound. At the back there is space. If there's Zero way, I am not going. And Mary is asked these helicopter parents, there are some obligations that these children are going to do where you're not going to participate. Are you going to ask them to come to you to go and participate together? Because this kind of parenting style tortures the people that these children will live with after. Let us move out of the child's life. Yes, we are with them, but not doing every small little thing for them. A helicopter parent will feed an 8-year-old child. Open the mouth for mommy. Okay. 1 spoon for mommy. They take. All his life, they have been working for him. So when he graduates, he expects the same. I've been informed we can have a working meeting. So kindly we can go maybe in a number of 2. You pick whatever you're picking as we continue. The table is right behind there. Maybe we can start with the people at the back. Slowly, we can go 2, pick something as we continue.
Yeah, thank you, Mama. And I request us to feel free. Let's create our own home here. Also, that we are well together. kiyinge tukomewo ate naye nga bwetuyongera okunyumirwa. Thank you so much. Yeah, let's go.
Thank you. So we have to train them. While we are failing in marriage, it's prayer.
Can we have a prayer for our tea? In the name of the Father, of the Son, of the Holy Spirit. Amen. Father God, we thank you for this tea, and we bless you for today. And we ask you that you continue to bless the tea as we take it, as we learn, as we understand, as we analyze. We are sure that something transformative is going to happen. We pray all this in Jesus' name. Amen. In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit.
Thank you. And because when we grow up, we are adults, we get married, we are getting married to somebody you don't know their background, but how this person was raised up really affects us in marriage. And even for the teachers, those who are in two schools, kindly be very kind to the children. I know you're doing a great job, teachers. I know that. But some of these children lose in class because of the heat that is at home. You can imagine the whole night you had your mother and father just chasing one another. Fluma, go this way, do this. You cannot sleep. So when this child comes to school, it is like a safe haven for them. Then they will start dozing. Then the teacher comes and also slaps the table. You, is this a bed? This child at home, I am not at peace. At school, I am not at peace. But they expect the first grade. Where is it going to come from? The child will sit in class, but nothing is being registered. The teachers, at least, let's look out for some signs. These children who are unhappy. There are kids who cannot afford a smile at any time. Even if you come and dance here, everybody in the class is, yeah, and this child is. Take time to find out why. What are they going through? Because there are some children who will start crying at 2 in the afternoon because they are seeing time to go back here is almost there. And then the teacher is not minding. So the teachers also need to be the other set of parents, because some children are totally lacking parents in their homes. But if a child has a parent figure in their life, they can navigate life. Because you know at home, I have no friend, but at school, I have where I vent out. I will go and tell the teacher, and teacher will find something. Okay? You find a child, there is a child whereby mothers now, when the children also tell us something, what they are doing, let us also listen. You'll find a mother who was in this marriage and things didn't work out well, went with the daughter into this other marriage, and the father in this marriage, not all men, but some men have that mentality, that I don't spend on what I don't harvest from. So the father starts making advances to the stepdaughter. And the stepdaughter comes and says, but mama, it seems you want to fail my marriage. You're stupid like your father. Now we are helping you. This man is very good. What has he done to you? You mean he can do anything to you? And for sure this girl is being disturbed by the man. But the man knows this is not my blood. And there is nothing that is connecting me with her other than having the mother as my wife. So even as we need to listen to these children, children are going through a lot, but we are not giving them a listening ear. And when we try to give them a listening ear, we become again judgmental, which is not good for children. Let us not judge our children, let us help our children. If you raise your child well, you're going to benefit, so society will benefit. But you know the time when we lose our children? At the age of 2 to 3, when we are supposed to train them in morals. We don't do that. You know what we do? I'm going to give you a very simple example. Let's take the example when we are going for funerals or in a trip in a coaster, and we are men and women. We move from Chisui, we go, maybe we are going Jinja. When we get around there, maybe Mavira, people say, hey, we need to help ourselves. Do you know that when the coaster parks here, our brothers can stand here and help themselves freely without anybody saying anyone is looking at me? Walks out of the car, here by the tire, does his business. Why? Because when he was a small boy at 2 years, Mama would say, you go in the compound, and while everybody is looking. And then for us, the girls, they would call even your sister, take her at the back. You go, you run, they take you, they hide you, you do your stuff there. So when we get to that point of the coaster, the ladies will still get out and they start running to the bush to look around who is seeing. You get a kaleso, you hold this way, another one hold this way to make shelter. But it's because of what you did at 2 to 3 years. When we are growing up, a parent, 3 to 5 years, mother, you're supposed to be close to your daughter. Teach her love. Father, you're supposed to be close to your son. But what happens? We are not. Sorry, that 3 to 5 opposite sex. Mother is close to the son and the father is close to the daughter. Very close. That love, that's why you see that even when we are getting married, a number of times, the man finds himself getting a lady who has a bit of mama's characters. Somehow, and then we get the issue of mother-in-law and daughter-in-law. Then also you, the daughter, you have been living with the father who is alcoholic. When you get a man, you still go for the one who also takes something. And you say, Chukamanandi is exactly like my father. But you saw all the negatives that dad had. But you still go ahead to look for a man who has a bit of dad. By the way, he reminds me of my father. He does things the same way like my dad used to do them. Because of that relationship. Now when the boy gets to 6 years, 9, the mother is present, and yet it is the father who should be present in the boy's life. So because the father is absent, the boy still, the love is for the mother. And the mother refuses to be touched. Comes through teenage age, mama, you're strong there. Mothers, let us learn to be touched. Slowly, you're present in the child's life, but let the child be. So when we don't detach, when these children marry, that's why you see, we are the first ones to see. My son is not eating a good meal. You know, you're in Missouri here, around Eureka, then maybe your boy is living in Impala, but he has to come every day and first eat food here. And for you, the mother, you're happy. You even tell your friend, by the way, that boy, before he goes to his home, he has to come and eat here. Now, how about the food at home? Who is eating it? You also have a home. For you, your husband is eating your food, but you're not allowing your son to go and eat the wife's food. Mothers, we detach. We love our sons dearly, but we have to learn to detach slowly. I wish to beg to end here and take any questions, if any. Thank you.
Wow. Thank you so much. Those who have their hands free, which are not eating, you can really always stamp for our mother for the good work, well done. This is so wonderful. Our mother has taken us through the parenting styles, and I am so much sure that there is something I've picked. She talked about authoritative parenting style. She talked about authoritarian parenting style. She talked about permissiveness, permissive parenting style, where we let the children dream whatsoever they want. And lately, she has talked about how in the civilized modernity and the world of today, it has taken almost a lead. And then she talked about helicopter. One time I asked my teacher, why do you call it helicopter? And then the teacher told me, as the way you hear the helicopter, kuba sound waliwo sound kyekubawe egezako controlling buli kimu. It controls here and there, so other sounds cannot. So it was like the parenting style of helicopter, like ulia parent akuba wano nakuba walina like so at the end of it all, that's the picked as a style. Then she talked about another one was free range. Those of us when we were in P5, we studied free range system of grazing, that you let the cows or the goats, mostly we have a big land and we would let the goats go, and then in the evening they bring themselves back. So if they say free range style of parenting, that we have let our children, or we let our children to go, and then at any time, whether at night, whether it's coming, and then there is nothing. That's also another style. And thank you, Mother, the bit of giving the advantages and the disadvantages in one or the other. In a more special way, I want us to have some questions, a few questions. Oh, what have you seen? I was bypassing, someone told me, my mother. I think they were talking about authoritarian. And someone told me, that is how my mother really did me. So what have you seen? What can you say? Let's be interactive, by the way. And then, what would you love to understand more? Thank you. Yes, Mother. Yes.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mama. Listening in ethics from my background and me myself through confession is 1 and 2 that has really been for us as African mothers. The authoritative, the authoritarian, those ones. But slowly we are trying to learn these others, letting them go. Challenge comes when do we balance? Because sometimes they say you have to be a present parent. Now you think by being present, you must helicopter. That is very good to have something around. Then also the other one is letting them be. That balance is where the problem is, when we balance. Then my other question is, what is the community? Because as we all grow up, our homesteads sometimes in the village are all around us. And there's that community. They arrive at the grandmother's place, giving instructions and guidance. Now for you, Emmanuel, where is the community in this whole thing? Which will also bring parenting. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mama. Oh, the question is easy. And I think, are you going to answer like 2 or 3? Or we answer one by one? I don't know the system from our mother. Can we hear another person tell that like 2 or 3 and then she answers at a go? Anybody to give a comment or something or a testimonial, about what you have had? Thank you so much, Papa.
Thank you, madam, for your thanks. I want to ask, me I'm from Ivory Coast, in Ivory Coast, we have a stopping to put the kid in the sleep in the school because government say the presence, parent can be presence every time. I saw here, people can put the kid in school, mothers bring the kids put in the school, but this presence is not there because she's going to see her kid like one time. It is not enough. You know what? It's not enough. I want to ask you, what can I do to bring them to be more? Thank you.
Wow, so much. Yeah. Another person that the rich one knew where, yeah. This teacher.
Yes, thank you very much.
Yes.
Yes, Madam Now Fongo. Mine is one experience. I basically also want to be guided. On the number 3 of Panisi, I have been to teach sometime back last year in an international school. And there was that pull and push between the teachers and some parents on how basically to handle their children. Now, there is a very big challenge that I discovered that I don't know that I'm going too far, but most of the parents that had issues with some teachers concerning on how their parents, their children basically handle, they were giving a reason of, do you know how I got my child? When you look at these dynamics of family planning and some things to do with that, most of these parents struggle to get these children. And to them, this is a darling, this is an angel, this is someone that is not supposed to be touched. So when you try to nurture this child, you try to tell this child something, the child gives feedback to the parent, and the parent does not check it in a positive way. And they always tell you about mentor. Did you mind about the mental of the mental health of my child? My child is not supposed to be told this, not supposed to be told that. So it's really perturbed me as a teacher who handles children, that how best can I handle this child who is having a parent that does not want this child to be talked about. Then number 2, how can I incorporate this parent? Because as a teacher, I believe I'm also a parent.
Yeah.
And most of the times, I am handling the secondary children, but I'm spending almost the most time that they are having, I'm the one who is handling them. And there is this issue of the rights of children. So how basically am I supposed to handle the child where we are living in an era where the child is very, very fragile? So the issue of human rights, the rights of children is there, but as a teacher, there are principles I believe that should be followed to put this child into the proper way. Thank you very much.
Wow. Oh, that's a very, very deep issue you have tackled. This is my gift. How would you dare? But also, I know she will talk about it. Also, there are those. I'm here if please someone has something to say, such that she's going to. Oh, yes. So, Mr. Teacher, that's why we invited you. You are also the parent, and parents are also here, and we have psychologists here, and many other people. we are going to address that issue.
Thank you, our facilitator. I've discovered I'm a parent who falls in all the 6. I've been authoritative. Sometimes I'm also a computer parent. Sometimes I'm a person who can keep numbers, the gatekeeper, class teacher, matron, and nurse. It helps me somewhere. Somehow it helps me because our schools, the children are so many, and teachers never take care of all the kids. Sometimes your child can fall sick and they never call you. They only call you when the girl or boy is very serious, is ill. So this hovering helps me. When you call the nurse, I'll ask around and see. You call the matron, your baby is sick, your baby has flu, maybe you can come around and check. The gatekeeper helps me. When I take something, I leave it at the gatekeeper. Or I can call him, gatekeeper, call my son, so that should be around. When I come, I just drop something and say hi and go back. Maybe that's a problem with me, I don't know. Tell me where I'm wrong.
Oh, thank you so much. You want to put the yardstick? Oh, thank you for everything that you are so far doing. Any other person say that our facilitator, I think she can first take us through that. This is very, very good and interactive. When we interact, you see things become easier. What she talked about, when we interact, we start to see them becoming more easier. And you're like, hey, this is it. Thank you so much, Mama.
Let me just move in front so that you don't have to turn around.
Yes.
Kindly allow me to start from the bottom, because there my sister is the one who needs help. It is not the school that is the problem, because the school, before you take the child, they take you through their guidelines, the regulations of the school. But because of this much love that you have, you'll find yourself breaking the guidelines. And your child is watching you break the guidelines. But you want the child not to break any rule. The school says, maybe these are the things that you're leaving some things with the gatekeeper. The question why you're living with the gatekeeper, because it's not allowed inside. But this child, you're training them. Then we are going to say there is corruption. But we are the ones who are training. You want to take splash, they don't allow it in school, but there is plan B. Then 30 years later, they give him an office or they give her an office. But you want a honest person. But the picture that they got was for being dishonest. So the children learn more from what we do, what they see. You will tell a child, don't walk while you're eating. But for you in the house, so and so, where are you? You break your customer. Hey, come and do this. You go out. Come and escort me. You're walking on the road eating. But you're telling the child, when you're eating, you have to sit down. This child will walk while eating. Because for them, they learn more with what they say. I know what you're going through. At one time, I had children in school, and the school is not allowed to take anything. But my young son became very cunning. He said, Mommy, you're a hero. Mommy, mothers never fail. Mommy, come up with something. Other mothers do it. Mommy, he praised the mommy. And mommy was left with no option. So I tried to attempt. This young boy comes to the car, but you cannot imagine when their scan stood around there, the way I was shaking. And I promised myself, Mommy, you would have done better by telling this young man not to do what? Not to do this. This young man now is pursuing law. But you know, in our church, he keeps referring to that incident. When you're talking about something, he says, mommy, rules are there to be broken. Do you remember the other time when you brought? He does not say, I am the one who told you to breathe. He says, do you know that parents even can help you to go off? And you're like, are you sure? He says, yes. But don't you remember the other time? You remember when I asked you to bring, I praised you and you brought. They are watching. And I keep reminding him, I am not the one who told me to bring. I said, but mommy, because even me I saw other children were doing it. That's how I said, why? Even me let me tell mine to bring. But in a way, I helped him learn that there is a way to break rules, which is not a good thing. So what you're doing, leaving things at school is illegal at the gate, but you are teaching the child to do that. So even if it is at home, this child will start doing that. It is okay for somebody not to be honest. I can tell a lie. But how have they learned this? It will be through that. I deal with attempts, and at times when they are into drug use, you ask them, how did this habit start? Says, you know, my mom used to bring for me splash, and that splash, I would trade it with other children. So I give you splash, you give me something toxic. Then when the splash gets done, I ask. And each time I asked, she brought. So meaning there was no regulation. So the more supply he got, to his advantage. The money that we give them and we don't regulate, they benefit. Because now your child, you're not training your child to know there are those lean times and they are the great harvest. All the child is learning, anytime I want something, they give. So maybe you need to calm down on that and go by the school regulations. Because the beauty is when you're getting that admission, you the parent, you're already going to that school knowing there are many children. But you still feel that's where you want your child to go to contribute something here. Because you don't expect me to go out, work, come back, and you're in darkness, you're in darkness, but you have MBs. But no younger. Yet we both watch TV together, 18. At least in the morning you wake up and wash my car, because still I would have taken my car to the washing bin. You wash and I give you 5,000. You keep, you save. So that when the yaka goes, you also buy the yaka for 2,000. Then when I come, I put the one for 50. But I find you in the house, in darkness, not in no power cut. And you're telling me, mommy, there is no power, we shall sleep in the darkness. At 18, 20, 21. During holidays, let them get something to do. You know that we are surrounded with many people who have maybe even supermarket, businesses, where your child can go and do something. Don't look at how much they are going to give them, but help this child to tussle out. How are they hustling life? But we are doing literally everything for them. For us in our home, even when we get visitors, they normally tell their cousins, hey, you have come here, but here there is no free food. You have to get involved somewhere. Whether you're going in the garden, even if they dug yesterday and you go and bring, you have to have something that you are touching. Whether you're going to wake up every morning and just wash the dogs, it's okay. We all have to do housework, but at the end of the day, you also have to contribute. So still, the young boy, we get him a job. They pay him a salary. And he says, for me, I'm going to be in charge of bread. I said, bread? You want to buy bread? He says, yes. I'll be buying a loaf of bread. It's okay. He buys for 4 days, he starts complaining. Use bread. I'm like, how? Can you imagine every day I'm buying a loaf of bread? No, bread is expensive. It is 6,000. I'm like, it's okay. People have to eat. No. The time she came back, she was away for 6 months. The boy could eat matoke, posho, rice, everything. I did not buy chips even one day, and the boy did not stay hungry. But you know, because we are struggling with some things, we think the best thing to give is by spoiling our children. We try to compensate. I don't know if parents are in agreement with me, but there is a way we are buying love from our children. We are buying it. You want to be the best. So whatever the child says, you kind of pay in cash. Then for this permissive parent with their children, because it is just the same like what I've just explained. This part by that love. Some of us are in marriages where the husband, permissive parenting is so common with us women. So you transfer the man's love to the child. The man that I would serve, I appreciate that, and for sure it affects the child. But you know what happens? We have to look at the situation. Why is this person taking the child into a boarding school? Because you're seeing some children in boarding school, even in baby class. Yes. There are some schools where you go to and they all run and hold you. Even some says, mommy, and you're like, oh dear, she cannot differentiate. This one knows every woman is mommy. But now, the parents, what we are forgetting, just as they say, what you sow, you reap what you sow, not sow. This child that is in boarding, we are detaching. Detachment is happening. Detachment is happening. When this child is an adult, they will not fail you. You want them to be with you. You only be left to lament. God, I educated them. I took them to good schools. But the children do not come to visit you. But you did not bond. The bonding was not there. Children are supposed to bond with their parents. We are taking them to boarding schools at the most crucial age when a child should be bonding with the mother. 3 to 9 years, that age, the child should bond with the parent. That is when you're going to teach them how they have to be raised. But we are taking them at that age. And on top of that, what do? We don't go to visit them. We send the aunt. You don't go. I was going to a certain school for counseling, but this boy would only commit offense on VD after VD. Every VD, he has an offense. Broken window, head teacher's car screen, something, an offense. But after VD, so I looked at the continuation, the pattern of his crime. Then I asked, but what is this? Why is it that things happen on video? What happens on video? I said, you see on video, these other children are visited by their fathers and their mothers, but for me at times they send our maid. So when she comes, these children say that for me my parents do not love me. But after I have broken a window, Daddy and Mommy are called and they come. So when they come, I also walk around and tell my friends, did you see my father? Did you see my father? So the only way he had to get the parents in school was through committing a crime. And by the way, he was a very bright boy, well displayed, but he only ran into trouble after visiting Sunday. So when we talked to the parents, he has never broken a window. He has never broken a screen because he presented his need. All he wanted was to feel like the other children. But that's how they are. The child will not tell you. Personally, my sons with my husband, for us when we were growing up, at that time I was an accountant, that was my first profession. My husband is a pilot, so we thought it was about toys, giving the child planes. So whenever he went, we got toys. And being that he was traveling, we would take them for holidays, different countries. Well, now we thought that was the life. And at times we could not go because we were very busy. So I get my sisters, please go with the children for holiday, they go this way. Well, that's not what the kids wanted. So one time their dad comes back and they had just opened GameStop in Kampala. We drive from Italy with them, our 2 boys, but we have also a girl we had raised. So there were 3. We go with our 3 children. We get to the GameStop. The kids picked toys. Till today I feel the pain of that money. They picked toys, and it totaled to 680,000. 2008, that was a lot of money. But we paid because that's what they wanted. Coming back from Kampala to get to Echebe, they had destroyed 3/4 of the toys. All destroyed. So when we got out, you know, it is the mamas who tell them, why have you done this? Why have you done that? Now that was the mother before psychology. Why did you do this? So mother before psychology takes charge. Those who are to get beaten, they kept quiet. They did not say a word. The elder boy tells the father after, Dad, I think we need a family meeting. It's a family meeting? What is in this family meeting? I said, but Daddy, promise us nobody is going to be beaten. No one should be beaten, but we need a family meeting. So Dad promises, he comes and tells me, and my family meeting, he says, yeah, but I've given them my word, nobody is going to be beaten. So tomorrow after church, we have a family meeting, but nobody will be beaten. The children shared. They said, Daddy, we know you love us very much. You've given us everything. There is no toy that we don't have. But Daddy, when have we kicked a ball with you? I said, okay. I thought Mommy was better. Mommy, Monday to Friday, you're in Ginger. You're working. I used to commute. I would go and come back. When you leave, we are sleeping. You come back, we are sleeping. Saturday and Sunday when we should see you, I was at that time doing SCCA. You are at school. Mommy, when do we sit to run with you? When? I said, these kids are not, you know, like a parent, there's a way you drive yourself, but you've understood. Now if we just sit here, would you be able to go to school? But we had gotten there, this message. They said, there's nothing that we want, but we want you. I said, okay. So we sat, we threatened them a bit. Now if we just sit here, will you eat us? Won't you go to school? But we had gotten a message. So when we get into the bedroom, we sat and talked. But they have a point. So all these things that we are doing, they are not making sense. We are wasting a lot of money, ticket, and they are not making sense. And at that time, the eldest boy was only 11 years old. That is the time I resigned from my job. Because I sat with my husband and we said, now you know society also is going to judge us different. Because at that time I was a chief accountant, so definitely my pay was good. But how does a woman work and the man is seated at home? I said society is going to judge us. Now you continue. Let me look for another thing to do. Let me do business. as you work. And we asked them, don't ask for anything. They said, we shall never ask. Don't buy us any toy, but we want you. So now I started staying at home with them. When I started staying with them, we didn't buy the toys. They studied. When they turned 18, now my husband also had to come from that job that would keep him away, because now mom's voice was no longer loud enough. The bonding had happened. We are friends. Mommy this. So one morning we are going to school. Dad is the one who provides everything. And I tell the young boy, why are you giving the list to me? Dad is here, you go and shop with him. And we are seated with Dad, is also sitting. And the young man says, but mommy, for us we've grown up knowing your dad who does everything. I said, hey, don't you know it is Daddy who gives me the money? He said, but for us, going to school, it is you. Daddy is at work. When Daddy comes back, he's on his laptop. So we learned, we adjusted, we sat with them and told them this is going to affect us financially. Will you manage? They said it's okay. At 11, and we adjusted. We managed within the small figure, and they have never asked for anything extra, never. It is us who give them freely. So these children really go through a lot, only that we don't give them time. But the example using the boarding school, look at how we are today. Those who are in 60s plus. Because there was no bonding with the child, when you fall sick, let's take the example of Papa. When Papa falls sick, the children will call even from where, Mama, how is Papa? Maybe let me send you money. They will send the money for you to take Papa to hospital. But who will take Papa to hospital? Because Mama is also equally old. So now, because Mama is old, Papa may be helped by a neighbor, boda money, special to go to hospital. But the day Mama falls sick, even the one who is abroad, even amongst ourselves, we run when our mothers are sick. Why? Because they were there, emotionally present. You feel that attachment. You feel the people who are with her at that time are not doing the right thing. But it's not because you hate Dad. You don't hate Dad, but because Dad was emotionally absent. So we have to be emotionally present in the children's lives for us to benefit even when we are elderly. And there was also a question about community. How is community involved in the parenting? Now, community in the past, it benefited us. Because these people, you would grow up thinking you belong to the same family. It was hard for you to know your biological sister. It was hard to know who is who. You all were raised knowing that we are one family. But at the moment, we are different people. And depending on the community where you are, at times it is very hard to send your children out to everywhere. And actually right now we are discouraging sleepovers. Because these children are going into those places and they are learning different habits. It would have been a very beautiful thing, but the times that we are in right now may not really benefit you much. But based on the community that is surrounding you, and how are you going to balance parenting? It is true you can hop from one parenting style to the other, but we recommend the authoritative because it has a balance. When it is time to be tough, you are tough. Someone discipline, you discipline. Friend, we are friend. Work, we work. Correct, you correct. Because for it balances. Emotionally, physical, spiritual, everything. It cuts across. And at this point, I would want to request Sister Nazwa for supplements. Eric, supplements. and I can say resting, you can supplement.
Yeah.
Judith, thank you.
Thank you, Mama, and please. We are so much that you're with us the whole day. Sister Nancy, you're most welcome. Go ahead. Go on.
Thank you so much.
Yes.
Being a counseling psychologist, I believe when the body is tired, it can affect the mind, and vice versa. May I request that before I give my input, we rise and do something?
Thank you.
When we were young, they used to say not stretch in public. I think that was on television. No stretching in what? Public. And now you have the permission to stretch. So, can we? As much as you can. Then another side. And on the other side, the first one. Audio. Then. Exercise. Woo. You feel? We feel it? Yes. You feel anything? Yes. Can we? Yeah. Rhythmically now. Hey, we changed it already. You see me tapping my shoulder? Enjoy it. How many times do we do it? In a week? Self-care. Okay, rhythmically. Enjoy it. With a smile. Oh, you put our smiles. Then, in front. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sister.
Thank you so much. I just have one thing to compliment to what the Nava people has said. I feel she has exhausted. She has used the very little time she had and then tried to give it all. I know parenting, you can talk for a week. You can talk for a month. Because it is something that we live today and tomorrow and the other day. One time we prepared a parenting, and because we were sisters, somebody was like, how much do those sisters know about parenting? What are they really going to share? And then I said, but do you think I came from heaven and fell here? And I told him even that, you don't even know that I'm a product of a dysfunctional family. He was like, what? Can dysfunctional families produce religious people? I said, very much so. But anyway, today, this time I want to compliment by talking about the presence of the dad. Usually we emphasize the presence of the mom. And as I go all day in research and research, I have a special passion for the youth and families. Every time I read more and I listen to families' issues and I listen to children's issues apart, I've come to know that that is a very big word. Thank you. A very big role in the upbringing of a child. Why? relationship is not like this natural one where you just come out and say, they have to buy their love by the daddies. For moms, it's automatic. Why? The child grew up where? You gave birth to this child. Then you nurse the child. You breastfeed, you bathe it. You know, that bonding begins as early as that. But for the dad, Randy, tell me, apart from making the mother pregnant, if this dad does not work hard, bonding can become very difficult. And yet they play a very big role in as far as the child's self-esteem is. Self-esteem, self-worth, self-importance. The word that comes from a dad, and let me use this statement, my child, do you know you mean a lot to me? It makes a very big difference if it is said by mama. Because for mama, it's as if it's automatic. But this one, who is like a stranger and yet not a stranger, it means a lot. And this is a message to our teacher here. Thank you so much for the work you do. I know you do a lot, and I'm a teacher, by the way. I was the teacher first, and then I crossed over when I realized that we sing linked, and I became a counselor. Now, the child, once a child has got it at home, it's not very easy for that child to be waved off. Even if it wants to move away or slide off like this, it will remember, mom and dad, because there is that bonding. I happened, when I left home at around 6.5 years, that's when I began my primary one. For me, I'm very lucky I did my nursery at home. Not with the teacher, by the way. With some helper at home, the gardener, whom mama would say, since you know how to read, help my children. So we would gather and say, A, Ba, Ja, Da, Fa, Ga, Haija, Kala, Ma, Na, Opa, Chura, Sata, Uva, Wa, Exiaza. That thing entered me before P1, and it has never left. But why am I saying that? At 6.5, when I left home, I forgot all about dad. It's only mom who would come, and you know, I was school dependent. School what? So we would never have holidays in between. And it was a distance. So mama would always make it a point, at least every year, twice or 3 times. Well, she was poor also. I never saw that. Up to 12 years, when I completed my primary 7. So I went back home. Dad was a total stranger in my life. I'd even forgotten this calling. He used to call me Mukadne because I looked like him, so I looked like my dad. Most of the characteristics in my face, dad. So I remember he used to call me Mukadne. Mukadne in our language is like somebody has that respect and that closeness. So I used to know him as that one. But I became angry for the many years, for the 7 years when I did not see him. So when I went back, even if he said Mukade, it wasn't making any meaning to me. Look at the point. Children get annoyed. So he tried to pull me, and it was nothing. I could not feel that bond. And with mom, it was very automatic. Until mom realized it and said, my child, I want you to understand your dad. I know there are some protective mummies, and I love the mom for that. Very protective of the dad, even when we went to see. He said, my child, because he knew the dad is also important in our home. You say, came to see you because of ABCD. She gave reasons. I was like, okay. But does it mean she would not go to see my stepsisters? Now that okay. We used to go to see the stepsisters, but me, the big sister here in this legal family, I felt I was ignored. My dear parents, do you know when I came to forgive my dad? When I was a sister and I was going to celebrate 25 years. That's when the forgiveness came. When I was for my monthly retreat. And then they were asking me to meditate about a father, Father, God the Father. And I felt God the Father was not in my life. But talk about Jesus. Wow, friends. Why? Because I was so close with my bros. I was the 8th. And I was the 9th, by the way. 9th born, and followed by a boy and then 2 girls. But I was the first girl with my mother. And that closeness went to my brothers. And for sure, whichever man I find around is a brother. Whether you are much older than me, you are my brother, and I would like it that way. Until I forgave my dad. Because the one who was guiding me said, why can't you have this father in life? Let's talk about your dad. Hey, it was not a walkover. Children get angry. Especially if we get other children and leave them. And forget them and segregate them, sometimes knowingly, sometimes unknowingly. We have fewer fathers here, but I know they can be a voice to many other fathers. Your presence in a home means a lot to your children. In fact, the children that you care about can have that high self-esteem, much higher than those whose fathers do not care. You don't need to give them material things, as Fernandez has said. Just be around them, listen to their stories, love them as they are, correct them, correction, and correction. These children, when they grow up and know, I was supposed to be helped by my dad and my mom, but they never did it, they become angry with you. They become angry with you. When they are still small, they don't know what they're doing, they maybe manipulate you, but you have to stand. Parenting is not easy, but it is done by strong hearts like you people who are here. Stand to your guidelines, explain to the child this is what it means, and don't change. And after punishing the child for doing wrong, within no minute you say, okay, you know my child, you know why I have beaten you, then you are losing out. Let the child feel that pain. You can, if you really maybe found it were you in the wrong, you can correct later, and maybe if you need to say sorry, by the way, saying sorry to a child gives you more and more respect from this child. And the child is also learning to be humble and to say sorry. A parent saying sorry to a child where you find really you are in the wrong means a lot. And the child will feel valued. And then the self-esteem is growing. We can talk until tomorrow. And dear fathers, don't let people keep you out of your children. Be there so that even when you get to the age like mine and above, I'm 61, so I'm supposed to be a judge, right? So just that now and above, you don't regret. You are there. If the children have not modeled, at least you feel you did your part. But if you weren't there, you will try now to be so small, so simple. No, my child, and you start now explaining. And it can't work anymore. So, fathers and mothers, we're going to have this trend. I don't know, I always say to Jesus, what am I going to do? Because many of our mothers are like, I'm tired of these men. This is what sometimes they tell us. I just want to have a child with any man and raise my child and my children and make our family. Mamas, you're lying to yourself. Those children will not be full. And you might lose out. The presence of the dad also, where you are not feeling in, they are there. There is a time where I really feel, this time I think if the father of the children was here, do down, given something which can sound more meaningful to this child than when I am alone. Now imagine if you had already separated these children from the dad, and now later you say, children need you, you better, but now this one has become impossible. The dad is like, now I'm important. And yet you had kept them off me. They are very important. That is important. If for children do not want to know what happened between you and their children and your dad, or the mother and the dad, for them, they want you together, no matter what. No matter what. For them, they want dad and mom together. So don't tell them your daddy dated me and did this. Boundary. By the way, let us not make our children hate any of each. Okay? You talk ill about your mom, their mom. They are listening. You talk ill.
I became a parent as soon as I finished university. 3 years after university, I became a parent, parenting my siblings, including one who had special needs, and you know that stigma that comes along with special needs. However, what I want to supplement about is I am a product of both authoritarian and authoritative parenting. My mother was more of a parenting. My mother was more of an authoritarian parent, and then the balance came from my father who was authoritative. And like the previous speaker, I had an opportunity to have, for me, my relationship with my dad was the best. He made me who I am. And actually, people would ask me, how did you even manage to become a parent after university? You know, for a young girl to do that, I always told them the love my dad gave me, I'm giving back to, by doing what he should have done. May he rest in peace, actually, he's deceased. And going back to my work, I do child and adolescent counseling. I would also like to appeal to parents, be present, not just in parenting the children, but be present also in therapy. Be present, because there's a gap. So when the presence should not just be at home, but let the presence be even when it's for therapy, you bring your child for therapy, give the time is very important. Because I usually handle very young children, so we need the presence of the parent. And sister talked about a word from a father coming that my child will mean a lot to me. I remember when I joined university, I felt the time had come for me to exercise my freedom the way it was like. And I remember having a dialogue with my dad. And I always share that as something to show you, you know, the words that we parents speak to our children. And so I remember I was arguing like, Dad, it's time now I'm going to have freedom to do. Then he would like, my child, if you may over-enjoy and maybe in the process you die and I would lose you. And I would tell you, but it's my life. But there's one word that my dad spoke that sobered me up. He told me, rest, my child, my daughter, if you go and enjoy and ruin your life and die, I will have lost a child. That touched me so much. Immediately, I did what we used to call that in literature, that mental fantasy projection. Immediately, my mind went into a scenario where I am dead and my dad is burying me. And I was able to listen and stop let me call it the nonsense I was trying to argue with. my dad. So yeah, it's important what we tell our children and how we tell them. But actually for me, my story, whenever I talk about my dad, most people find it strange. He is deceased, but I talk more about him than remember who he is. You know the difference, because I said one was authoritarian, one was authoritative. And so for me, that is what I can supplement both from my personal experience, but also from the work that I do. Parents, be present, also in therapy. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Madam Resti and Madam Winnie. I actually told her one time, because sometimes she's too busy. I think our parents in the spirit also need to be present as yes. So I really appreciate you, and from the time I met her, I really loved her, and I couldn't really even tell. I didn't tell her. I didn't get time to tell her. By the time she came, I was also moving out. She knows where we met. So, but I really appreciate her. I've always admired her, and you're my silent role model. But now I tell you, you're my public role model. Yes, she is. If you really want to know more about her, I think we need to first get to know the password. So thank you so much. Sister, actually at first I couldn't even believe. You see her here, but she's a woman of all seasons. I think you've also seen some of the exercises she was doing, but she can even do more if you give her more time. So she's a woman of all seasons, and I really love her so much. She was our lecturer, you can imagine. I'm a product of her, so I really appreciate this as well. So, and to you everyone, I hope you're all doing well. I hope you're feeling well, no matter the number. But I'm very happy seeing you here. So now back to parenting. I think all of us, when we say some of us, like one time I was telling people and I said, you know, some of us who could be here, we are all products of rape, we are all products of, yet even we had fathers, and you know, mothers staying together. Sometimes I would tell them that but we are here. Much as we have been born from different family with different parenting style, but trust me, it has had an impact on us. So now, to my experience, of course, I was also raised in a family of both authoritative and authoritarian parenting. And there is a way, of course, somehow, somewhere, decisions were always made for us. I remember even one time, they wanted me to be a religious sister. Yes. Until I went for information and I discovered, I think this is not my call. My dear, being a religious, you have to have been called. So I discovered that, but every time I started even behaving like a religious, but deep inside me, I wasn't satisfied. I was always trying to find a way of pleasing the community, pleasing the parents, you know, whatever I was doing, because they were always making decisions for us. However, now back to what Winnie said with us. Parents, my fellow parents, I'm a parent, and I'm also a grandmother, by the way, for your information. Yeah, yes, I'm a parent of 2, and I'm also a grandmother of 1. How did I get to be a grandmother of 1? Yes, I got this maid who came in my life, and of course when she came, I realized, you know, it's good, you people, it's very sweet to be a counselor, a therapist who is actually also practicing what you give other people. So when a maid came into my home, I discovered that this lady, she had never seen the love of the father, and I could know and imagine what it means. At the same time, she was also abandoned by the mother, so it was a survival. She was always wanting, wherever she was going, she wanted to survive. And guess what? So whenever sometimes I would do things, like surprises, I would see her crying. Like it was always a surprise to her. But she came in, let me say it, maybe good enough you don't know her. But she came in when she was pregnant. And she was, the reason why it's me who accepted her, because wherever she would go, when she came in, I tried to, figure it out, but I couldn't tell her until it revealed itself. But she was trying to work to get money to do abortion. But I was like, no, this child is needed. One time I just, I tried to trick her, but she wasn't open, because all she wanted was to get rid of it. And I sat her down, with all our therapists, but we don't want to tell them directly. But I got to know, when I got to know, I sat her down, we had a dialogue, and she told me why she wanted to abort, because also she had seen the mom abort, at that early age. And two, the mom was always regretting why she gave birth of her, and yet the dad abandoned her. So she was that person who was full of sadness. But then I was like, I had to talk to her and tell her, please, do you love me? And do you love yourself? Of course, she didn't love herself. But for the sake of the life of this baby, please, let's try to see how we can nurse the baby and yourself. You remember, this is not the end of you. So I ended up taking up the role of a parent, not looking at her as a helper, as whatever. So I had to keep her, of which, of course, I suffered a lot of consequences. I think Eric knows part of it. So I suffered a lot of consequences even at work, but I had to still bear. So I kept this maid. She had never gone for antenatal. We started in antenatal. And she gave birth to, of a baby boy, a very lovely baby boy. And the baby boy is now almost making 2 years. So am I not a grandmother? Yes, she's there and she's happy. Sometimes when she sees the mom, a baby smiling, she's like, oh my God. But she's still going through therapy. So parents, as all of us have said, we've talked, there is that pain in my heart that I feel you need to share with me. Because when we are we've been moving, I've been in the field for 8 years, but when we are in the field, some of you trusted us with your children, and it was intentional to call you back. And it is so sad that a few parents who trusted us with their children, last time we were with their children, a number of them, but if we have to count parents who are here, they're not more than 5, not even more than 3. You can imagine. But after sharing with your children, we had a lot that we needed to discuss with you. And that's why we invited you. Because to me, trusting me with the child, and I see there is a gap, and I don't want us to talk to you, then there is a question mark. I'm very sorry. Next time someone calls me, I need also to, can we do something? I would like us to clap. But when we are clapping, I would like us to, I think God gave me a very nice voice. So now, I would like us to use, at least start like this. Let's clap our hands using these two. No, don't do it. We want to use these ones. Okay? Okay, can we try to clap? Can you hear the sound of, can you hear the sound? No. No. Okay? So, now, this is now as sometimes, as parents, trying to, we are trying to raise these children on our own way. That is if we don't want to learn and see how best we can help our children. But then now, we have a community. When a community comes in, and when we talk of community, we are looking at extended family. So let's try to, again, please, let's all try it and see. I think I think we can just small, just little. Yes. So now the extended family has come in, okay? And the family is also trying to, also contribute towards parenting, not so. Yes. And now, sorry, Winnie, when I refer to you, like when you say, the other Winnie, now Winnie was a therapist, so you're different. Now, you find that, yes, you've gone, now you go in the, we have extended community, we have the church, so many people have gone to church, we have, and we want to try again. How do you feel about that? Can you? Somehow, eh? Okay, so something is really improving. Because we are trying to give these children other values, trying to expose them to, leaders who can add a value to their lives. And then now, we feel maybe that one might not be enough, okay? It might not be enough. So now we are going to school. We are choosing schools for these children, okay? And now when we choose schools, it also matters the kind of school that you're choosing for the child. Then now you want to bring the child in, okay, to school. Those ones who are big-headed, those ones who have been permissive, and then they want to shape, they want to do that. And sometimes it is very hard, but you find that for the schools which are reasonable, like schools that have tried even to send some representative. I think we have some schools here. I think we have we have Mapera here, present.
St. Denis.
We have St. Denis. We can really clap for them. They are really trying to do a very good job. And now, Madam Winnie and I, we also now had to go and do, counseling, psychology. You go and do some courses and also try to do some other programs, like now you've come for this program. You see that now there is something that you're really getting and you feel something has to really improve in your life. You have to change first. If you want to see change in your child, I think Madam Winnie really commented about that. If you want to see a change in your child, you have to change first. Why? I give you an example. One time I told, I was telling my children, you need to say sorry. Whenever you're wrong, you have to appreciate, to acknowledge that you're wrong, and you need to say sorry to these children. To your fellow children, to your mom, to your dad, and to everyone. And my boy of 3 years challenged me one time. I accused him of being wrong somewhere. Like, for me, what actually other children told me, I just took it to be true. But when he came in and he started explaining to me, I realized it was not true. What did I do? I said, okay, I didn't know. And she's like, but then after some time, like I saw he was not happy. So when I called him, please, could you come? Like I wanted them to engage, because sometimes we engage in family activities, dancing. We also have time for dancing, because I want them to know that there is time for everything. You know what he told me? He told me, Mommy, I'm not happy with you. You have always told us to always say sorry, but you never said sorry to me. It touched me. We are always, the children you're seeing in school, sorry to mention that way, it is unconscious. The children you're seeing in school, the children you're meeting here, the children you see going to maybe do the concerts and they're removing their wall, whatever, and the nick is outside. I want to assure you, parenting contributes 60% of our personality. So sometimes we go deny, we have given them everything. We have been there for them. But why do you think they are behaving that way? So sometimes we have also to consider that much as children we are seeing, they are the products of who we are. Sorry, some of us could be offended, but they are products of who we are. I'm very sure when you meet her children, you will see a difference. I'm very sure when you meet, I've been getting calls from different, school teachers, and they are telling me, hey, I don't know, because this boy is so loved. Wherever he goes, he's really so loved, and he wants to keep peace. So you see that there is something that is different. You understand that we're giving these children. For this, one of the things that are disturbing our children is being permissive. You're a birthday. Are you my birthday? So you find that you're a birthday, okay? You're a birthday, you can't differentiate between a mother, and the child. Sometimes even share boyfriends. I've seen those cases, by the way, where both of them have come to me and they're like, he's taking my man. She's taking my man. I said, but it's me she's the one who started it. And you wonder the kind of mothers we are. There is this scenario of which I'm not going to tell you where it is coming from or maybe who, but there is this scenario, and it is a live example of a permissive parent. This parent has been giving everything, buying love. She talked about buying love. This parent has been giving everything to the child. And it so happened, she's a single mother. She has been providing whatever she wants. When I talk of whatever she wants, this is not what she needs, the needs. Hi, if I need to go and whatever, I want to go do what, I want to go out, I want to go for my friend's birthday party. Please, it's okay, you go. You provide, you even give a car. Guess what? This time my parents promised her, after, if you come from well, I will provide for you iPhone of 7 million. Some of us we are looking for 7 million to support those who are not able to come for the conference and get knowledge, but it's not there. But someone is giving 7 million to a child who is in senior 1. And guess what? An iPhone of 7 million. I don't know whether, some of us who don't even know iPhone, how it looks. Does it have eyes or might have legs? I don't know whether it has eyes, big eyes. But guess what? Trust me, dear sweethearts, it was so sad just last holiday. It was a sad moment for them. And she started now regretting. Now, time came and she was not able to provide. She didn't have money that very time. And the child became mad on the mother because the mother had never failed to provide whatever she wanted. She became mad. She became a problem to the mother. The mother the child got into depression because of iPhone. She started withdrawing. And when people came in to discipline the child, please, give your mother peace. Guess what happened? She attempted suicide. She attempted, however, we thank God, because that was an act already. We thank God that they called me in the middle of the night and we had to find a way of rescuing her. She's under recovery. But you can imagine, sometimes she mentioned that we do these things consciously and unconsciously. So it is us who needs the medicine first. It is you and me who needs the medicine. Let's stop telling our children, my child, I know, No, the problem is with us, so we need to do something. Thank you so much. When I started,
I think it's a very great compliment from you, Mary Judy. Thank you so much. Oh my goodness. At this point, please, parents, how are we? We are mixed. We have some mixed reactions. Are we hitting the target of the reason why we are here? Are we hitting our expectation? Because we have come with different expectations here and there, and some others. And please, those who have just come, in case you want to go for a short call, right away there is that door. Yes, when you open, in front of it there is a word written washrooms. and then you will take that way and you will really ease yourself so much well. So far parents, I'm sure there is something. And you know when transformation is happening, you don't touch it or see it. But at the end of it all, you'll find that at least there is something. One might mention a point here and it transforms your life, the life of your family and your generation forever. I have witnessed that. Allow me at this moment, I welcome these people. I want to welcome, I was almost saying right ordinary, there is a way she looks like Naban. So, you're most welcome, Madam, our facilitator, and I am so much privileged in the most special way to see you coming in this house. I have seen you transform lives. I've seen you talk and you turn tables, and we are so much privileged to see that you are in this house. I will be talking about you more. I want to welcome the national, this nation has sent us one of the presenters at the Uganda Broadcasting, what? UBC. They have sent us a presenter to come here, and I'm sure she's going to serve us here and there, and she will be my co-MC. Actually, she's going to take over from me right now. Madam Asimwe Judith, please, you are most welcome. I want to welcome you in this house. You can even stand up. And I want to give you the microphone, and you will take over from me. And in a more special way, we are so much privileged to have you. I know the faces of Ugandans. I've already seen you. She does a program at the UBC. I think she'll tell us more about that. And we are privileged to have you at this particular moment. I want to welcome people. We have over 45 people who are following us online. The online community, I want to wave to you. I know you are viewing me. Thank you so much. There are some questions you had posed, but I believe, though I didn't read them, but they have been answered. Because one was really troubled to understand. Now, which kind of parenting style should one go with? But at the end of it, I think Madam Winnie tried to say, choose among those, but authoritative would be the best if we really incorporate it well. So the online community, thank you so much. Actually, the one who are following us virtually are much more many than us who are here live. So I'm sure you're also benefiting and continue to submit in your questions and your suggestions. That is really so much profound and important. I want to assure you that in this house we have a counselor. She has been here, and she's a lecturer, she's a therapist, and many more other things. But in a more special way, if one has something individual, if you want to share something on an individual basis, yes, Sister Josephine Nazioa, she's in the house. She will have to, if you really have something on a personal basis you want to share with her, she's there, she's around. I know we shall have that time, maybe during lunch break or what, but really, if you want something specific, you can find her, and she's going to give us that kind of a therapy. If you feel we have something also to talk, there is Madam Reste behind there, can wave for us. Yes, she can also accommodate children. She can also accommodate some of us if she has been so much experienced all the years back in the HIV counseling, and she has saved many lives. Thank you so much. Someone has a question?
My name is Lois Krista. I'm from Galang Teachers College. I'm a teacher by profession. I'm here to benefit as me, Lois, for my 3 boys and my 1 girl. That means I'm a mother of 4 children. My firstborn is 17 years. He's now in senior 6, but he has attended 6 schools right now. From senior 1, senior 2, I had to take him to another school. Senior 2, he completed senior 2, senior 3, there was a problem. I like the communication when somebody says, children are our real personality. What we are is what our children are. I've been married for 20 years. We lived happily for 15 years. The 16th year, life turned upside down when my husband happened to get another vessel. When he got that thing, I tried to hold it as me, as Lois. Like you were saying, put boundary between children and what? And that time, my son was in P7. So when he went to senior 1, things started changing. Where I'll be at home, my husband picks the baby. Picks the what? Their fiancé. They go to see my son in school. They go there, the boy sees, man is now coming to see me. Another woman is coming to see me. He went to the priest. He took him in a Catholic school. Said, Father, every time I see my daddy coming with what? Somebody. What about my what? The priest told him, no, this is not for your age. And this happens when I was not aware, because now we are confusing children. He pulls money, gives them what? The child a lot of what? Money. So that I don't see. And this money will be given by the what? Fiancé. And the boy will not tell me. One time he was given 200,000. Uses the money, he finished that way. Senior 1. The boy has started developing mental what? Problem. The boy who got 5 in P7, now this time, his results were he's getting 20s, 30s. He could not be promoted in Nagarama SS to go to senior 2. He will not go for prayers. Me, I did not know I'm there blind. Of course, when men are funny doing these behaviors, he comes home, sweetheart, honey, you know everything is what? Good. I was there. The boy could not make it. We removed him, we took to another school. Senior 2, problems are growing. The boy is not performing. Me, I did not know what it was. Now the good Lord did something miraculous. The fiancée this time is pregnant. We are going for wedding. That means now the child is getting damaged. Senior 3, the boy developed what? Depression. He was running mad. We went to Putabika to test drugs, no drugs in him. One time he jumped the fence, said life without parents is what? Useless. He had now meditated what? Suicide. Now here, I had now known what was on the ground. We had to get a counselor. We had to begin counseling him here and there. He could not perform. Senior 4, he only went to sit. I thank God. In that, after the counseling sessions, he passed the what? Exams. We took him to senior 5. Right now he's in senior 6. What am I talking here? You have talked about the role of parents in the life of what? Children. It is true, mothers bond so much with their children. Parents are never there. Mostly men. And time will come as these children are growing. You may not be telling the child your dad is A, B, C, D, but they are observing how you used to relate with dad. Now there's a distance between you and what? Dad. And amongst themselves, they are sharing. I didn't know that my child has a problem until when they say, what is making, what causing depression? Because we went for his VD, we went together with the dad. we are happy that very day the boy wanted to commit what? Suicide. That mommy and daddy are just pretending. They are not staying what? Well, what is the life between, what is the use of education without what? Parents. So, what am I saying? For me, there are many people who are advocating for the right of girls' children today, but boys are going through what? A lot. More than even girls' child now. And I'm here to stand for my 3 boys, because if daddy comes home at midnight, at 11, at 9, at 3 p.m., which example are you giving to the children? Are you telling them coming late is a normal thing? These children are going to be husbands of other because now I don't know how to what? Put sense in my children or to the boys. Like I said, I'm a teacher. You get many characters out there without knowing what is happening on the ground. You cannot help the child, and children are good at hiding this what bitter facts, but it destroys them. When we went to Kutabika, they told me, no, this boy has no drugs because they test in the blood, in the urine, everywhere. He was a normal child, but he had gone to depression. And this depression, he said one time he had jumped in the flat, he wanted to commit suicide. Something told him, no, don't do it. Spare your life for your mother. So these are bitter facts. You have seen here, if I show you, how a woman is urinating in the sauce. A woman is what? Urinating in the sauce. She goes to sell it to the what? People in the restaurant. If you are the mother of such a child, what is going to happen to this child? We have seen women doing witchcraft openly when what their children are witnessing. How are they going to what? How are they going to forget such stress that is your mother if you are caught? If God happens to expose you. You have seen mothers, the other one who was feeding a child, what? These are evil things which can only be overcome when we embrace the right things. At home, my children have given me names: lawyer, teacher, what, because I'm what authoritative. Now that the father is not there, I'm now the one commanding them, do this, this is wrong. Now for him, he gives money, they have phones. How do we balance that what? Gap between fathers and what? Mothers. Because now the talk is like it is women who are spoiling the what? Children, and men doing enough. Thank you.
Parents, we are so much blessed to be here today, that we are listening and hearing to this. Where perhaps some we know and some other things we don't know. And when we make an alarm, the present ones like you, they are the ones who are present. So that's so deep. It's deep. That's why we are here. What should we do? And what can we save at this moment for the next generation? Thank you. I also want to recognize Mr. Eric. He's an occupational therapist at Kutabika National Referral Hospital for mental health issues. I've seen him where TV. I've seen him in the Central, I've seen him in Kenya, I've seen him where I'm like, this man. So we are so much blessed to have you, Mr. Eric, and your work, we know it. Thank you so much, and I'm sure he's also among the who are going to share with us tonight, in this afternoon. Now, at this particular moment, allow me, I welcome Eric to say something. Meanwhile, someone who is arranging for us some lunch to be ordered at the table, and then we'll see what you can add. Thank you so much, Eric. Good. Is it afternoon?
Yes.
I came prepared to present in the morning. This court was for the morning time. So what do I do? Have you looked at your neighbors? When you came in together, I'm sure you've talked. Do you know her? Do you know her best meal? What is your best meal? Talk. These are the talk. Okay. Do you know each other? They also, okay. He's alone. Can someone join him? You should sit here. Come on, is there someone? Sit here. Sit next to someone. Okay. Now, the hardest thing, I think one of the most challenging but fulfilling thing in life is parenting, right? But the second one is presenting the afternoon. Before lunch and even after lunch. Before lunch because you're hungry. After lunch because now the enzymes are like, can you also have time? What do we do? Can you concentrate for the next 30 minutes? Yes. Oh, you can? Yes. Okay. I'm called Eric. Eric Kweviha, a therapist. I started in Mulago. I got bored. Hope the director doesn't hear that. So I was taken to Mutavika, where I've enjoyed my work there for 17 years now, I think, since 2008. Is that 17 mathematicians? Don't use calculators. How many years are those? Okay, I think around there, okay? But I'll share, in my sharing, I'm going to discuss mental health. Because that's what I've been doing for those many years. I'm also a parent of 2 boys and 1 girl who can't allow me eat food and sleep. She'll be with me until she dozes off in my hands. Reason being is that the mother had some complications when she gave birth, so I've been taking care of both of them. After bathing the mother, I bathe my daughter. She's now, that's where the problem is with fathers. I'm trying to guess her age. I think she's 1 and 6 months. But now, she calls the mother Debbie. Even in the, of course we understand. I'm trying to say, some fathers may think it's the role of the mother, to change diapers, to bathe, what else? To carry around. I used to carry her around. There's that time when they started crying without stopping. What age is that, mothers? I would do a move out of the house to make her keep quiet. She will cry and she doesn't stop. I start to move around at night with her. So I'm not surprised that up to date, she can't do anything when I'm at home. She has to do it with daddy. At the point now she wants everything. Whenever I'm driving away, I have to drive her a bit for some few minutes. And then she feels like, okay, now bye. I can't. So I'm finding it a little bit hard that she has bonded with me more than the mother. But for reasons that are obvious. Okay? But now I'm happy that she has started saying, Mama, a bit. But you see, I'm saying this because I'm trying to emphasize time. When you talk about mental health, and you don't think about time, Olikubyo, what is that in English? Olikubyo is what? You're on your own. Time is a big factor. But that time has to be used, rightly, if I may say. Because if a child is given a lot of time in a wrong way, you're going to have consequences. But also, if you give them if you use the time, can I say productive, then they will benefit. So, time is crucial in parenting, but also it's crucial in mental health.
I want to have a very nice way of defining mental health. In a nice way. Why am I saying nice way? Because I need 3 people to join me. Is that a nice way? Those who are not writing. Everyone is writing. Those who feel like coming, those who are dozing should come. If you're dozing, you come. Dozing is normal. Okay? Just 3 people, please, thank you. 1, 2, and 3 years, please. Okay. So I want to look at the short form of it. Alvin. Because what I'm going to, my role today, I don't know if I'm here tomorrow, I can't remember. My role today is just to help you understand how to support your child's mental health. Not to eat good food, not to go to Java's. All I'm trying to say, how, as a mother, how do you tell my child's mental health is as good as their physical health? Because they have these nice cheeks, okay? Beautiful eyes, they're growing healthy, and you're happy. Are you happy with your mental health? Can you tell that your child has mental health issues? And did you know that children can have mental health issues as young as 1 year and 0 years? Or maybe you didn't know. So we need to learn what are the things, in quotes, what are the mistakes? Not intentional, but the mistakes we make, thinking, we are trying to do the best to raise our children, but, on the flip side, we're damaging them. Okay? And of course, someone mentioned it, she's here. Money is one of them. Okay? Money is one of them. And sometimes when I'm talking to parents, I tell them that a certain way you let your children with money, you're actually abusing them, but we don't know. There's some of my clients tell me how they wish their parents didn't give them such amount of money, they wouldn't be in rehab centers. So you may not know that you're actually trying to abuse this child. Of course, the intention is always good. Okay, you have good intentions. Those some may not have good intentions when there's an issue between the 2 partners. Okay, they want to make the other be the bad parent using money, but then we shall look into that. Now, mental health to start with. The whole of us, human beings, you and I, your children, your friends, name them. There's a model, we have a model we call bio, psycho, social. You cut them? Bio, you know the biology, isn't it? You name the leaf, name the flower, what else? Even insects. Head, thorax, biology. Your body, as you see it, okay, is what we call the bio, the physical body you have, okay? And then, so you are the bio, okay? Meaning the physical health. Your lungs, your kidney. Have you ever seen your lungs? Exactly, but you have them, isn't it? So our bio. Then next is the psychological self, the mind. You have the mind, okay? If we go into deeper psychology, Christianity, we also talk about the soul and spirit. Sister is here. Okay? And so you the psychological. Then lastly, Madame, that name, you are Alvera. How? Alvera. Okay. I have issues with the names. I used to confuse my wife. She's Miriam, let's call her Mariam. I almost lost her. Okay? So, you are the social. You remember all those 3? Yes. We are naturally, we are social beings. Naturally. Okay? There are some parents who want to keep their beautiful children or babies inside. They shouldn't go out. But naturally, this child is a social being. Social, even they tell the maids, after breastfeeding him, he's breastfeeding, sorry. After feeding him, leave him alone, don't touch him. This child is a social being by nature, not by your interest. Does that make sense? Yes. Was there, no? Oh, okay. You are allowed to disagree if you're 18 and above. Okay? So, this is what I'm trying to say. When we say mental health, we say a state of well-being. These areas here. All of them, not one. So that's why I tell parents, don't only focus on how your child looks, nice looking child, okay? When they are struggling psychologically, or when they are denied, and these are privileges for them to socialize, by the way. Sometimes when my sons get back from school, when they're all dirty, deep down I'm like, wow, I'm happy he's been socialized. That's a sign. Not when he's clean the way he left. I want them to come back dirty. Sometimes when they come back when they are very clean, I'm like, what happened? What happened at school today? Why you took the mother's the other way around? She's happier when they are clean. I don't look at them anyway. So, if you're looking at your child, there are these three areas that are important. So, but they are still developing. That's the one I wanted to mention. Okay? They are biopsychosocial aspects are developing because they are children. It hasn't developed yet. That means they are still developing. Is that okay? The way you see the body developing, isn't it? Your son is 17, I'm sure now he's getting treatment. But when he was 10 years, he was smaller. The body was smaller. So was his psychological aspect that time. So was his social aspect. So all the things are developing. Is that making sense? So when you're parenting, keep in mind there are certain things you don't see that also need to be supported. Are we there now? Okay. Now, I am going to... Is it allowed? You need to learn Uganda. Okay, I'm going to ask you, I'm going to be asking each one of you to leave part time. So we are going to remove Madam for one big reason why. Who passed GP in HSC? You should know this answer. Yeah, if you did. Yes, sister. Why are we asking her to leave? It's a hard one, isn't it? I also don't know the answer, but just leave it alone. So, but anyway, because this is the physical, we're not going to talk about physical health today. We're going to focus on these two. So, I just want to let you know that she is part of these ones. But because we're not talking about her today, so we are asking her to request her to go and sit for a moment. Thank you. Now, if you want to understand mental health, there we are. Mental health. The psychological and the social. Are we still together? I am going slowly because I know we haven't had lunch. Okay? Now, Madam here, I'm going to divide or break you into two. Which is the best word? Divide you. Okay. We're going to divide her into two. Okay? So, just so she's one. Are we together? But I'm going to divide her. I didn't want to bring another person so that we think she's one person. Within her, thank you for doing that. So within her, there is what called the mind and the emotions. Your mind, okay, and emotion. The psychological, to understand it in its core meaning, is that combination of your mind and emotions. Those are the things that are growing in your children. You don't know your child's mind, trust me. You don't. And unless when the emotions are too overwhelming that you can't see them coming out. But they can mask them. They're good at doing it. There are children that I've talked to in many schools who have told me certain words that I'm going to make a small survey with you here. How they hate being alive. But they're studying and passing well, by the way. Don't forget the statement. They are passing well. When they bring good grades, you're happy as a mother, isn't it?
Yes.
But they're telling me they regret. There's one who taught me a word that I've never forgotten. I keep sharing it. She was in my session. She told me, I envy dead bodies. Whenever I go to bury, I'm like, I wish. But the parents don't know. They are good at masking issues. That's why it's important, and one of my objectives to help you learn how to identify early warning signs. Not mental illness, but early warning signs. Because we want to mitigate. We don't want you to identify mental illness, isn't it? We want you to identify the early warning signs. How do you tell that? I think, regardless of the good marks, regardless that she follows my instructions, I can see, I can smell something. There we do, okay? I can smell something. So I want you to learn how to smell warning signs as parents. But on the flip side, whenever I meet parents in those family sessions, they also have struggle mentally. I was born with my power. But the online team, I think, well, for us, we are going to continue. Super Chili? Yeah. We can't stop. Okay. Come close. We are there for the online ones. Now let's be here. And this is what I'm going to say, is that the emotions, I said the mind, remember the mind? Yes. So I'm coming, I've not neglected you. The emotions and the mind are cousins. And I'm going to explain that. Because as a parent, this is the concept I always want parents to understand. That the mind is going to help process emotions. And I'll tell you, it's not the mind. It's not the mind that eventually becomes an issue to a child. It is what it has produced in the emotions. If a child reaches a point, even an adult, when you reach a point where you can't, the emotions are overwhelming, you are not yourself. It's making sense? Yes. Do you know the mind can process something today, but process emotions that will stay for years? You can process a mind now, and you feel rejected, I could say. And then you stay with that feeling of rejections for the rest of your life. But the mind was created 5 years ago. Is it making sense now? So, if you're going to it also takes us time for them to take point to tell you that, because those are not easy things for them to tell you. Others self-cut. You will never see the cuts. There's a girl I'm managing, I almost said the school, but she has spots where you can never know, but she burns herself. She has a certain rubber they use in that school. Great fiction. Even if you do it like this to your body, you feel that it helps them to cope with those difficulties. They escape from school. Listen to my statement. Listen to my statement. But they're passing exam, don't forget. And they're passing exam, don't forget. And they're looking. The others, brilliant. Very brilliant. I think some of what she submitted, is that these children are so lovely if you're a loving parent. My son one day broke one of my best glasses. You know we have best things, isn't it? The first thing is your wife, isn't it? Then the other things come. But he was running, very active, so he broke it. Because I'm this, he was running, very active, so he broke it. Because I'm this person who understands mental health, the instinct was like, it's called Alvin. I say, Alvin, are you okay? Was like, it's called Alvin. I say, Alvin, are you okay? Hope you're not hurt. Let me see your legs. My mind didn't go to the glass. The priority was my son. Not the instant of like, what have you done to my glass? Oh, but I'm also your son. Isn't it? The priority was my son. I checked his legs, and it's okay, now we need to clean here before Alexa passes there, because the daughter is Alexa. Okay, Daddy. Then we cleaned. I'm like, are you sure you're okay? You go and sit down, and he was panting. He said, rest, you sit down. I'll clean the thing. But who broke it? Him running. Yet the mother stopped him from running. I remember that. But the instinct was, my child comes first before the TV. He comes first before my car. He comes first before the food at home. Does that make sense? We are going to answer a lot of things.
Because you studied.
Yeah, exactly. That's why you're here. Yes. So, but I'll tell you this. They are stubborn kids. Don't forget the word called genetics. I was stubborn. My mother tells me, but I passed. Okay? I passed. If I say you're very stubborn, because every school knew me. Even when I go back to my former schools, they say, hey, Kwebia, you've grown. They remember me, and I don't change. So, is this thing making sense? Here, why I've emphasized here before I go there, is that how do you wrap this? Can I wrap it for you? The wrap here is, this is what we call the intrapersonal life. The how you relate with yourself. Your kids have that, don't forget it. As you come into their lives, they have that relationship with themselves. You do as well, isn't it? How do you relate with yourself? Because the product of that is what we shall see there. I'll come to her later on. Does that make sense? There's what we call the intrapersonal self and then inter. This is now when you come out. Socialize. Does that make sense? How does it come and talk to you? The product in there is what comes them away. How you feel inside you. You run. She was reminding me that Arsenal has a match. Chelsea. It's okay, I know. I'm an Arsenal fan. Okay. Are we together? So, I will talk about this communication. Remember? It's a very easy one, by the way. It only takes you having humility. Okay? Just a parent without humility is going to be hard. Parent children. A parent without love. The good thing, sister, the Bible says, do everything in love, right? I don't know where the scripture is. I'm sure it is there. Okay? so is this clear now? We shall go deeper into how you, because the one thing you need to learn as a parent is to communicate with children. The other thing any Tom and Dick can do, buying gifts, taking them home, everyone can do that. But one. My son has never had anything like Onyiziza, Olimusiru. What else? What other things we say? I'm tired of you. What else? See what you've done. You're wasting my money. Chilabi. Once. Now, they've never had those words. There's a time when I was presenting, I went with my sons intentionally, because I wanted to see what I'm saying. If they came in there, you may think they're my friends in ports. But trust me, the respect they give me, I will share a bit of that when we talk about communication. They see when I'm daddy. And when I say, okay, it's time to go and rest, it's time forgotten, Yes, Daddy. With a smile, they hug me. And then they go and sleep. Then you hear them normally inside there, because that they call the sleep. Another mother like, you don't. Because you know sleep doesn't become like a switch. Why not sleeping? Sleep doesn't, don't switch on sleep. Okay? But I know they will eventually do what? Sleep. So I'm closing this chapter. I go to her. Is that okay? We shall come back here and talk about communication. Sorry? She goes, yes. So, lastly, we have the interpersonal. How many of you, I know you may be Christians, may not say it, but it's good to talk the truth, isn't it? How many of you where you stay, okay? You actually hate some people, but they've never done anything, but you just hate them. Oh, okay, no, hating is a hard word, okay. You're not comfortable with them. They have never done anything, don't forget that. But the way you don't like that man, you don't like that lady, you want to put up your hands or you fear? Someone say that is no. Okay? Okay, now, socializing. I am going to say this, humbly say this. Humbly. I can even kneel down if you want. Should I?
No.
You're welcome. I don't want to kneel also. So, your children are not the same.
Yeah. My children are the same.
Yeah. So the children who are great social people and others are not. Don't force them. You're breaking them. Don't force your child to go and make friends. Look at you. Go and play with your friends. Some children are naturally introverts. The more you force them out of their natural self, you're going to traumatize them. One of my sons, that's a beautiful thing. One of my sons is an introvert, one is an extrovert. When I'm talking to them, I don't talk to them the same way. The other one is you do not almost tell him what to do. I don't know. And I'm sure some of you have that challenge where I've been speaking now it is 7 years. Make your bed. That boy, I have to speak up now. Make your bed. Okay? Go. I'll remove your bag from there. Remove the socks. But you've been singing. In psychology, there's a saying, it's not scientific, but the saying, in fact, that when you keep doing the same things, you keep getting the same results. You've been talking and talking, and it's not changing. And you're still talking. You get what I'm trying to mean? You're still talking. It's now 18 years. Remove your socks from there. Don't you learn? Isn't it? Those are statements. There was a hand here. Let me first listen to you.
Mine.
You are stretching.
Mine was about those kids that
Please, yes.
socialize and one doesn't socialize.
Yes.
My firstborn socializes alone. The extent of getting himself in trouble. The second one, the boy can even withdraw from the family. You're somewhere for holiday, somewhere on his own.
We will talk about that. we will hint on, I will, but I think I'll ask Madam Jovioso to talk about personality. Just like one of my sons, that son of yours, my son's like that. The mother is just an introvert. Okay? She's this quiet. She doesn't. You see, I have many friends. I'm an extrovert. I have many friends. I don't bring them at home because I don't want to annoy my wife. You just need to learn how to strike a balance when you're letting the children or your wife. I have many, but I'm like, don't come home. I've had one this week. When I bring another one, that will be beyond maximum. She's okay, her friend, but one after another. Because I understand her personality. Okay? When I go to school, the whole school, one of my sons, that one, 2 friends. That's Django one. And this one. Then the other one. It's my friend. Then come. Even this one. Where's Monica? Even this one. And I know he's an extrovert. But what I know, he doesn't create deep friendship. There's no don't. Okay, but the other one. Daddy, can I take something for my friend? Can I also take this sweet? When they create relationship, it's deep. Okay? And if they get angry and they hate you, it's also deep. But we shall talk about personality and children because it's something that best you to know that when you're talking to your children, don't talk to them the same way. They are unique human beings. Don't bring the same tone to all of them. You'll be shocked. Some will be okay with it, others, after some time, like, I will never go back home. Okay? When you talk about communication, you come out where when we discuss communication. Like I've said, you are talking to them differently because you're not the same. They are not the, don't even try. My son brought over 3 out of 10. You know what that means? When you paid millions, or you've never gone through it. For you, why? But what I did was like, wow, great man. You passed this thing. How did you pass it? Let me see. That's what I focused on. I said, see that you see this one, I know, but this one, see now together. No, you understand. I was also like that. High five, go. But now he gets 90s. He gets his 90s now. He started with his 50s. Because I supported him emotionally. I didn't tell him, you're wasting my school fees. No. I said, you'll be okay. So that we shall talk about that emotional relationship. Because if you don't, as I wrap up before, are you tired? No. Need some water. Okay. If you, the first loss in parenting is the emotional bond. Once you lose that, it's going to be hard. Somebody want to get them hard. Is hard the hardest thing or difficult? Which one is harder? Difficult or hard? Harder, eh? Without emotional bond, and I'm saying it with confidence. Because once you have that emotional bond, for us as professionals, we call it rapport. Once you have that rapport, sessions are so smooth. These kids can tell you even the ugliest things they've done. There's one time you killed people. Something I've never told anyone, but it was so comfortable to tell me because they had so much trust in me. It's the same thing with your children. The more you have that emotional bond, they'll tell you things you'll never imagine. The stories I get from my sons, some of them like, shouldn't have told me that. But I tell you everything they get from school and on the way. Because they see someone they can open up to. Who has never told them they're stupid? This is what I'm going to do. I've never. But I'm always encouraging them. They go and play football, they come back with the broken toes. Sorry, it's not about that. But I love how you scored that goal. Well, he goes back with the what? With the plaster. And I'm okay with it. Now I'll talk about that. Boundaries. How do you create the boundaries in the parenting? Because if you don't know how to create them, you may not know whether you're a helicopter and you what was that? You are, what's the other one? When they bring up, you may never know. Okay. You need to get control. You know you want to assume control. Which is the worst thing you want to do. You just need to assume leadership. Children follow leaders. If they don't see leadership, they won't follow you. If they don't see that leadership in you, they won't follow you. You want them to, when I say follow you as you're going out, but I don't mean, when you say something, they want you, when they see you doing something, they want to do it with you. Parent, when they told me, cards, they're called cards, matatu? They're cards, eh? Yes. I play cards with my son, so they beat, it's called beating, when it's all truth or consider. It's beating. When they win. No, when they win. When they win, they go and tell their friends, Daddy, with a smile. Those are the memories I'm living in them, not for them. As a parent, leave things in them. Don't leave things for them. Leave things in them that they'll always talk about. Okay? So, our intra, the bio, we know it is there, but our inter and intra. We need to ensure that our children have safe and healthy intra-personal selves so that you see beautiful inter. When you see an issue in their interpersonal space, it's inside. And trust me, it's very hard to get there. If you're a very strict and judgmental, critical, not persecution, but critical parent, they'll block you. They know how to block. They can tell things to a mate that you need to hear as a parent, and you never hear. My son's, one, the eldest is 9 years. Unfortunately, the mother was very worried. He was talking to the friends behind the home, saying, he's a girlfriend wange, jamugulira chidole. 9 years. So the mother was like, we have a problem at home. so when she told, I said, is it, can I come? No. When you come, I said, what is it? I was getting worried. But when he told me, when I said that, you know what your son has been saying, that when he gets a girlfriend, you buy them a toy. He said, wow, you'll be a very great boyfriend. That's what he said. That's what I told her. I'll tell you this. Your son's know more about sex than you think. You know, trust me on that. So it's better to have those conversations. I've even told them how I met their mother already. They laughed at me. It's fine, but you need to know how to deliver that message. That's the only important thing. Still here, communication. You can talk about it at that age. Otherwise, they know. You think they don't know. They know. Yeah, they know. So it's good you to start those conversations. But the emotional bond must be there. Otherwise, you ask them, but when they are alone, they don't say things that you think they don't know. Okay? That's it. So let's start okay. So when we come back after lunch, we'll do a small I take a survey, but I'll leave the question for you. Come back with the answers. You ready?
Yes.
Everyone has a name here, right?
Yes.
Did you participate in getting that name?
No.
Ah, someone said yes, I was wondering.
Some.
You started understanding
Yes.
when you were born. You participated?
Yes.
How?
My friend was told the night is a child you produce, they just die and you bury. But when he grew up, he had a name. He had to rename himself.
Oh, okay. Okay, those are special cases. Yes, you just found it in name. Okay, whether you love it or not. Okay, but without your name, you're nothing. Without your name, without your gender. I know some of our brothers and sisters are confused, but without your gender, which we know, we can tell this is the male, this is the female. Okay? Without your profession, without your faith, Catholic, without your faith, without your residence, some people love to say, I am MK, I live in. The last one is very important. Without your proteins, you can hardly manage something you don't understand. So the first thing, if you don't understand yourself, you're going to mismanage yourself. A mismanaged you is going to mismanage your children.
What is the question?
Okay? And I'm concluding with this statement, which I'll start with when we come. The first thing is if you have gaps in understanding yourself, you're going to mismanage yourself. And a mismanaged parent is going to mismanage the children. Are we there now? So, the more you have this self-awareness, self-understanding, like the first presenter had mentioned, then before it's easy to manage your children. Otherwise, it will be hard even for us to talk to you when you've not understood who you are. Is that making sense? You need to know who you are first, so that they clear you, now can go ahead and manage the children. So, we'll meet after lunch.
How is it? We are coming there. We are about to reach there. Thank you so much for listening. We are going to have our lunch. The lunch has been prepared in the dining there. So we are going to carry our variables. Someone is reminding me that you, man, you normally wake us and you don't pray for the food. Someone is going to volunteer us into a prayer for the food, but then we're going to use only a few minutes, because you see we have little time, not so, like 20-25 minutes. My informator used to tell me, hey, you Africans, you eat here, and they're like, that is our nature. But then, when there are some specific things, then we 20 minutes, we come back, we see we still have a lot to explore. And let's stand up and embrace our food.
Nice lunch.
Thank you so much. Someone,
Carry your variables, carry, your bag and the phone.
I know it's safe, but still, maybe the books can remain. In a year, you know why? Yeah. So as we are there, please eat while we are interacting. Sit with the person you are not taking.
They participated in the children's program.
So, we cannot be their counselors, no? But we need to be those parents where they feel free. They feel there's that space where I can go and tell mommy who did what to me, or times when they feel it is difficult. So we have a number of presenters, and I feel I can push some of those discussions tomorrow. Hopefully, the same team will be here. It would be awkward for me to talk to new people because I'm repeating myself. So if you have the same people, it will be easier for me. So I'm going to leave you now with on assignments. Is that better? Is it a deal? I'm leaving assignments, then tomorrow I'll answer your assignments. But your assignments. So one, I'm making statements, go think about them. Following instructions is not learning. But I'll expound on those things tomorrow in my, time. Many times you see those kids doing exactly what you tell them to do. My son is very obedient. He cleaned the compound, I told him. He's washed the car. What else? And then you're happy that they are learning. The day you leave the country, you learn that they've never learned. They only following instructions. So I want to guide parents that your children can follow instructions when you're there. The moment you leave, okay? So it's important to draw a line. When you give instructions, are you sure they are learning? They could do what you've told them, but are you sure they are learning? So we need to ensure that our children are actually learning. And on that note, I also add the fact that you can hardly learn anything without practice. You know what we do? We tell our children through the ears, be responsible. Be disciplined. Do you do that? Be disciplined, be organized. Without practice, you can hardly. Who has ever learned how to swim by observing people swimming for 20 years? Did you learn?
No.
How about cooking? Some of, our daughters, by the time they go into marriage, they think they've been eating at home for 20 years. They can't make that meal for their husband. I think one of us talked about it. So practice. Just know your children should be engaged. There should be some form of structures at home, so that through those structures, they're actually learning the responsibility. It comes within practice, not through the ears, as we always do. So that we shall also discuss tomorrow. We will talk about our images, I think that is something, one of the assignments I gave you. There is what we call a self-image and a social image. Okay? There is that person, you deep down, you know who you are. But then there's that person you show us. How many of you confuse us when you come out? I was talking to someone, and I was trying to say that there are people who, when they are leaving their homes, before they open that door to step out, they've been crying, sobbing, okay? Unhappy. Then they breathe in and breathe out. Then they put on that persona of a funny person, a lively person. Then they go out to their friends. And people are confused. You're confusing us with thinking you're a very happy person. When you're not, okay? That's why sometimes, I don't know if you heard those statements where people have committed suicide, like, there's no way. That guy who is always happy, isn't it? So, and that's why I say that one of the things we are going to learn tomorrow is that how do you identify the early warning signs? They are so easy to see. I was talking to someone, I said it was very easy to see to one of my sons. They were not staying with me until I brought them to Kampala. Very easy to see. I told my wife, please come, leave your job and come here. Let's raise these kids together. That's why now he's more lively, he's the more stable now. But he was going to depression. It was just one simple sign. So we are going to learn those signs. How do you tell? Because otherwise sometimes these kids are very good at masking. They mask. Trust me on that. This is also important. TMSL. TMSL. As parents, I know we love our children, we care for them, we buy, what do we buy? I haven't forgotten. What do we buy for our kids? Phones, okay? Toys. Which toys? Cars and what? etc. And I'm going to say this word. Remind me these words because I'm going to forget them tomorrow. You need to build a relationship with your children. You don't need to buy it. I'm happy someone talked about it. Don't buy, build it. Zimba, enkolagana. I don't know about Chituvu. Is that the translation? Yes. Zizimbe. We build a relationship with, not for. You do things with people to build relationship. You don't do things for people to build it. Many times we are doing things for our children, thinking we are building relationships. We are creating a mindset called entitlement. Daddy, today you didn't buy me this. Because you've been buying, you're a service provider instead of a parent. So let's learn to build relationships with our children by doing things with them. I cook with my wife and my children. We cook. My son now knows how to slice the tomatoes. He's 9 years. I don't. Why are you supervising what you didn't mentor, and why are you trying to supervise what you didn't train? Okay, we will talk about those areas. Then the last one, which wraps up all this, is you must be a leader. I mentioned it earlier. People follow leaders. Not people who say they're leaders. I'm saying leaders, because you can call yourself a leader, but it doesn't feel to other people. So your children should feel that leadership. Someone is leading us somewhere. So you need to be that kind of person. Identifies with them. And that is it. As we are growing, I'm observing that. I cannot tell him, are you stupid? And I'm not saying, oh, right brothers are stupid. No, they are not. We need them in the community. So, learning how to be possible. Like I said, most of all these things I've talked community. So, learning how to be possible. Like I said, most of all these things I've talked about are going to come in what? In that discussion, communication. How do you communicate with your children? How do you interact with them and create that everlasting bond that even when they grow, they'll still yearn to come and have a conversation with you. Okay? So I would have more of those details tomorrow. we shall discuss them, but I cannot go without mentioning depression and suicide. I know you may close your eyes and pretend it's not there, it's lively there. It's very active and more active than ever. The young people I'm seeing these days, I started working in 2008. The numbers are just increasing. Young people, I go to schools and now the girls are using brown sugar. When I go to the girls' schools, I know you've not heard about it, maybe you have. It's trending now, it's what they're using. Of course, the boys have maintained their marijuana, weed. The girls are also taking weed, but they're putting it in cookies now. For them, they use cookies. They put it in cakes, cookies, so you can never see that they're smoking it. The boys, of course, go and smoke it, okay? But what I'm trying to say is that it's becoming a vice, okay? The last time, there's a day when we admitted at the hospital, one ward, not the whole hospital, one ward, they admitted 30 young men, you know, early 20s, mid-30s, 30 men, one day, one ward. I've not talked about the other wards. And 26 came in because they were using marijuana. 26 out of 30. On just a given day, don't forget, and only one ward. We have many wards. So it's becoming a lifestyle, these young people, using these drugs. And now the girls are also going into what we call shisha. It's trending now. But shisha is a lot of carbon monoxide, and they don't know, by the way, it's a lot of nicotine mixed with heroin, and they don't know. So when you're talking to them, they're like, you're lying, no way. They're not aware because of how it makes them feel. But of course, this continuous sensitization is very important. Otherwise, you're busy paying school fees for a future addict, for a future mental health patient. So we're trying to say, let's learn early. Because for us, we advocate for early intervention so that we can have better, citizens. Otherwise, we shall have more of these discussions tomorrow. I'm going to talk more about depression and suicide. Many young people are contemplating suicide. They haven't attempted, but they are contemplating. I'm not saying many. When I go to schools, many of them tell me, I've attempted. I've used the jig, but no one found out. They are attempting. And schools don't know. But we are happy that when we come to those schools, they open up. Many are masturbating like nothing. I've told you they're using it to cope those difficult emotions. Those who access prostitutes, they do. I've told you, they go for cheap ones of 5,003 in the ghettos. They know where they are because they can't deal with the issues, some of which unfortunately are within our home spaces that we can address. And I'm happy that we are here to learn more about that and ensure we save our children. But tomorrow I'll start with you. I'm going to assess your mental health state. Informally, don't mind, it's not formally. To make sure that we are okay, and then we deal with our children. Otherwise, I am going to take this opportunity you're going to do that for me? Please, to welcome our next speaker.
Yes, I will.
Otherwise, enjoy the rest of the day. We'll catch up tomorrow. Thank you.
Okay, a round of applause. Thank you so much, Eric. Without wasting any time, I'd like to request our next presenter to come and give us a word, and that's none other than Reverend Father Anthony Musara.
Good afternoon, everyone. I hope you're very well. How are you feeling? Are you relaxed and is your mental health okay? I don't know about mine, but we will try. Dear friends, I'd like to invite the organizers who invited me to come here. My name is Father Anthony Alidechi Musala, and I work at Rubaga Cathedral. I'm a Catholic priest. I'm assistant to the cathedral administrator. So the administrator of the cathedral is like the number one, and then there are several of us who are assistants. I'm 68 years old. I'll be 69 in June. Next year I'll be 70. I thank God that I'm still a little bit together. So I love the work I do. I'm a priest, which involves working with people in all kinds of situations, leading prayer, preaching, counseling, spiritual, what we call pastoral counseling, trying to look after the poor and those who are marginalized in that wooden box. Okay, so spiritual crises and mental, what I'm going to say really, but I hope the Holy Spirit will supply. But I find it very challenging to talk about things for which I'm not qualified, but there we go. So it said, spiritual crisis. And what was it? And let's see, let's just get the right thing they gave me. So, and its effect, and its effect. On mental health. Okay, and but I think more generally we can just say spirituality and mental health. Okay, so I think the first question to ask is, what is a spiritual crisis? A spiritual crisis. Now we all know what a crisis is. Can anyone tell me what is a crisis? Anybody? What is a crisis? When you say someone is having a crisis, what is happening? It's going through a desert. Okay. A desert, okay, yeah. Lacking something, okay. Anybody else? What is a crisis? A challenge, yes, very good. Yes, Sybil?
I will take it as
a difficult problem. Anybody else? A crisis? Adversity, okay. Chaos, very good. Okay. Stuck. So the word crisis, it comes from a Greek word, and it means more or less separating, a separating moment, a turning point, a time for judgment, a time for decision. So that is a crisis. It is a moment where something has to change. And it can change for the better, or it can change for the worse. Okay, so when we talk of a spiritual crisis, we're talking about a loss of meaning and purpose in our lives. When we lose the meaning and the purpose of our lives, and that is a crisis. And for me, what I believe that every crisis is spiritual. Why? Someone said, we are not human beings having a spiritual experience, but we are spiritual beings having a human experience. So we have to understand or decide what is me? What is me? I am a human being, but my essence, the essence of me is spiritual. The essence of me cannot be quantified, cannot be measured empirically, There's a part of me as a human being which is mysterious. There's a part of me which is a mystery, because the Bible says that we are made in the image and likeness of God. And if God is a spirit, then I am in his image and likeness, so essentially I am a spirit. So every experience I go through in life is a spiritual one. And every crisis I have is also a spiritual one. Okay? I hope I haven't lost anyone. Are we still together? I hope we're not going too deep into theology and philosophy. Anyway, okay, so a spiritual crisis. When my life does not mean anything, it's as though my life is meaningless. And because it is meaningless, I lose my purpose of life. I lose my purpose of life. And this is something that can happen to any of us. A crisis can be caused by, let's just put here, there can be internal causes and external causes of a crisis in my life. Internal, external. Now we said a crisis is a difficult moment, a time of decision, a time of judgment. Now can you tell me some of the external causes of a crisis in a person's life? Yes. Technology? How can that cause a crisis?
Technology.
Yeah.
It has a positive and negative impact.
Okay.
Person's life.
Right. So when I'm using technology, I may be faced with a decision, you know. I know, for instance, in schools, kids are not allowed to use their phones. Their phones are taken away from them. And for many of them, it's a crisis. Yeah, without a phone, you know, someone feels lost because the phones have become a kind of addiction. And without that, someone is feeling empty. There's a crisis. Any other external causes of crises in our life? Yes.
Death of a loved one.
Bereavement. Very good. Bereavement. Have you ever been bereaved? Who has ever been bereaved? Okay. How did you feel? So bad. So bad. So bad. Can anyone else say, how did you feel? Yes, sister. Broken. Okay. Anybody else want to say, how did you feel? Alone. Okay. And it's as though life has changed and you have to start again. So that is a crisis which comes from bereavement. You wanted to say?
Understood?
Understood.
No.
Misunderstood. Misunderstood. Thank you so much. Any other external causes of bereavement? I mean, of crisis?
Rejection.
Rejection. Okay. Yes. So we can say rejection, people can be the cause of a crisis in our lives. Any other external cause? Yes, sir. Culture. Okay. Okay. Any other external causes? What about loss of job?
Yes. Helplessness.
Loss of job? We can say loss, because loss covers a wide range of when we lose what we have, what we possess. Displacement. If you've been a refugee, you know what a crisis displacement can cause. Sorry?
Poor health.
Poor health, okay. We can say poor health. Health can be internal or external, but we'll put it here. But I was just talking about displacement. Has anyone here ever had to leave their country or their community by force? You had to leave a particular place or a country or a place, and you didn't want to leave, but you were forced. Experience? Okay, you had that experience. And what was that like for you?
I was young in the war.
Right.
We used to leave home,
Yeah.
evening, to go and sleep in the parish.
Yes.
Because it wasn't safe living at home.
Right, okay.
In the parish, we live in a, it was called a chigam.
Yeah.
All the families would gather and sleep in one place.
Yes.
It was not convenient.
It was not convenient. Can we name some of the internal causes of crisis? This is a bit trickier. Sorry? Injustice. Injustice. I think that comes from the external. Guilt. Okay. Or we can say our emotions. What we feel. And we have a range of emotions: sadness, joy, anger, guilt. And when these emotions persist in our lives, let's say you persistently feel angry, you may be driven to make some decisions because of that anger. You want to do it. I have to do something. If you persistently feel happy, you may be driven to do something wonderful. You know, that's why a crisis can be good. It can push you in the right direction or the wrong direction. Any other internal?
Low self-esteem.
Low self-esteem. Okay, that very good. Okay, I think that's to do with our emotional life. Okay. Yes.
Family name.
Sorry?
Family name.
Family name. I think you mean, okay, let's put identity. How I see myself, because of, family, we all have names we were given by our family and the demands of family, and it becomes a pressure from within you now. Even when all the family is not there, you are dealing with these identity problems. Anything else from inside? Yes.
Unmet needs. Needs that are not met.
Unmet needs. Wow, very good. Unmet needs. Okay, anyone else? Right, what about yes, sister? Attitude. I just want to put here things like knowledge, the knowledge, what I know, and even things like dreams. Do you know that dreams, I get people who come to me and they say, Father, I dreamt that I was being strangled. I dreamt that I was falling from a high building. I dreamt that a lion was chasing me and I woke up just in time. So, I'm sure we've all had such dreams. So these dreams can create in us a crisis because you don't know whether they are true, you don't know whether they are fake, and we look for people to interpret our dreams. And I always tell people, by the way, from the spiritual point of view, if you have a dream which causes fear, when you wake up, just say, I refuse that dream. And if you're a Christian, you say, in the name of Jesus, I cancel it, I refuse it. And then don't talk about it to anyone, because everyone has their own interpretation. They say, hey, you know that lion? Hey, you're going to meet a lion. He's going to eat you. So when you have a scary dream, you cancel it. And if you have a nice dream, you just say, thank you, Lord. I hope it happens. Whatever I dreamt, I claim it, But we must not make dreams the guiding principle of our lives. There are many people who base their decisions on dreams. Naro said, and someone, a whole Christian, instead of reading the Bible to know what God says, they base themselves on dreams. Okay, so these are some of the causes of crisis in our life, and I'll just tell you a little bit about my own crisis, because it's you see, my biography is, I was born in a city called Dublin in Ireland. Have you ever heard of Ireland, the Republic of Ireland? If you see a map there, Britain is there, then there's a small island here which is called Ireland. So I was born in Ireland in 1956. My mother and my father, my mother went to Ireland to study law, okay? And my father came from a peasant background in the Sese Islands. I'm a Musese. I don't know if there are any Basese here. No Basese from Kanangala district, okay? So, and his father was a fisherman. My father was very intelligent, and he went to the local school, which was run by the missionaries, and he passed very well, and they sent him to Savio. Savio there was no secondary school, and by then they had junior secondary. So my father came to Savio to study junior secondary, then he went to SMAC, which we call St. Mary, used to call St. Mary's, now they call it SMAC. And then he got a job with a lawyer in Kampala. There was an Irish lawyer who was working in Kampala. So he was his office messenger. He worked as his office messenger. Then he said, I want to be a lawyer, he said to this Irishman. But there was no faculty of law. There was no law school in Uganda in the 50s. So this Irishman recommended him to go to Ireland to study where he had studied, and he was so kind to give him the fare. He lent him the fare, he didn't give it to him. He said, I'm lending you this fare, you go and study and you'll pay me back. So my father went to Ireland in 1955, and before he left, he married my mother, and my mother was a very good Catholic. Her father was the driver of, I don't know if you've ever heard of Mother Kevin. Have you heard of Mother Kevin? Of the little, okay. So my grandfather was her driver, you see? So my mother came from a good Catholic family. They got married here, and then after 1 year, my father took my mother to Ireland, and then I was born there in 1956. And then we moved to the UK. And I started my school there, primary school. At the age of 9, we moved to Uganda. Okay? So when I came to Uganda, I didn't know anything about Uganda. I didn't know the language, the culture, the custom, nothing. Now, what happened is my father and my mother came to Uganda before I did, before my brother and I. They left us in a school, in a British school. They wanted us to get a British education. So they came back before us. And when they came, they had a fight and they separated. Now, when my father came to bring us from UK, he didn't tell us that mother was no longer there. So when we arrived, I said, where is mother? I was so excited I was going to see my mother because I'd been in the school for almost 2 years without seeing my parents. Only to be told that, I said, where is mother? Oh, she went to visit. To visit who? And he wouldn't really say. And he said, oh, she will come back within a month or something. She never came back. After 1 month, after 1 year, there was no mother. Now, this was, I think, the first wound that I received of absent parents. You know, when the parents are absent, the child experiences a kind of rejection.
Yes.
Because you think, what have I done to make my mother go away? Why isn't my mother here? Did I do something wrong? So the absence of my mother was already a kind of internal wound. And then after a year, my father, a lady was brought by my father, and he said, "This is your auntie." Okay? And because I had the mind of a British child, when he said auntie, I thought it was the sister of my mother or the sister of my dad. But after 1 year, auntie had a child, and then I was told, "This is your sister." So it was very confusing for me as a child, and it took me a while to understand that this was actually the stepmother who was supposed to be called auntie. Okay? Now, because of this situation and the stepmother, in fact, what happened, there was one stepmother, then after I think a year, she left and another stepmother came. And there was a problem of culture and communication because we couldn't speak Luganda. And the stepmothers couldn't speak English, you know. And my father was so busy, he was going to courts around, and he was a lawyer working for the government. We barely saw him. We never saw much of him. So we were left with the stepbrothers, and they couldn't communicate, you know. And I just remember as a child, you know, this woman would be standing there saying things in Luganda, and I'd be asking my brother, "What's she saying? What's she saying?" You know, and then she had a few English words, and I remember her saying to my dad, when I was reporting her to my dad because she'd mistreated us, and she said, "Don't cut words on me. So I was wondering, cutting words. So this confusion and my mother being absent, there was no one to help me, to help us discover the culture. That was a crisis. That crisis of coming to you and cultural confusion and all these things. So I think I developed quite a lot of anger towards both my father and my absent mother and to the stepmother. I had all this anger and of course self-rejection. Now when I went to school, eventually I went to Savio as well and to SMAC. I just found that I couldn't settle. I was, I had this anger. So whenever a teacher said, do this, I would do the opposite. I was in rebellion. I was actually in rebellion towards my parents. But these teachers in the school represented my parents. And so all my anger came out towards the teachers. And whenever they said do this, I would do the opposite. Because of the anger and the self-rejection. So I ended up being expelled from St. Mary's College Kisubi at the end of Senior 2. I was very intelligent, but I was always at the end of the class. In fact, I was looking at my reports the other day of S2. And I was 32 out of 33 students for the whole year of S2. And so at the end of S2, they asked me to leave. And, my father took me to another school called Kasasa, St. Charles Wanga Kasasa. So this was a school which was not on the same level as SMAC, and I hated the school. I just said, why am I this horrible school? So the rebellion and the anger continued, and we ended up having a big strike in 1972 at Kasasa. This was a famous strike, and you know, Idi Amin had come to power in 71, and when he came to power, I think he gave, I don't know how many, 18 points or something, why he had taken over the government. So I was a member of the strike committee at the school, so I drafted 18 points why we were going to strike. And we struck, and I was expelled from that school as well. Okay? Now, when I went home, my father was very angry. And he said to me, Anthony, pack your bags and go and find your mother. And ask your mother who your father is, because it's not me. So he disowned me. My mother was working in a hospital in Arua, and I traveled all the way to Arua. I was about 16. And on that journey, I was so sad and miserable and confused, and you know, and when I met my mother in Arua, I said, tell me who is my father? And she said, well, it's Mr. Musala. He said he's not my dad. And he said, no, you see, he's angry because you're expelled from school, but he's your real father. But in my heart, I decided to divorce him as my father. I said, from today, I have no father. You know, children go through a lot of things which your parents may not see, or even the teachers. But from that day, I cancelled my father in my life. Now, my mother found me a very nice school in West Nile at Koboko. It was a very good school, and I did S4, and I passed very well. And when I came back to Kampala for holidays, obviously I didn't go to my father's house. I went to my uncle's house. And when I was there one day, there was a knock on the door. When I opened the door, it was my dad, my so-called dad. And he said, mwana wange, webale kuyita bigezo, mwana wange. I think that's the only time in my life that my father actually touched me or communicated his love. You know, one of the causes of rejection in children, the love is not communicated. It is there, but it's not communicated. So my father, or maybe he loved me and my mother, but there was never a day when he said, mwana wange nkwagala. Do you know that touching is one of the signs of love? And especially if you're a boy, you know, and no one is touching you, your parents are not touching you, so there is a gap in the experience of love, and you feel rejected. And that was my experience as a child. So then my father said, now mwana wange jangu tugende. And he took me back home, you know, to the stepmothers. And I was so, I just hated them. I hated him, I hated the stepmothers, but I had to go and be there, you know. And then Idi Amin was in power, people were dying, people were being shot. There was a lot of terror in the country. So for Form 5, I was sent to a school in Arua called Mvara Secondary School. I hated the school. And within one term, I got expelled. That was from my third school. And my father, this time my father, I think he just said, okay, let's leave this guy. And he said, okay, come and work in my office. So I began to work in his office as a clerk, as a law clerk. But I was so unhappy. I was so I just one day decided I would leave Uganda and go and stay with my cousin in Nairobi. And I did that when I was 18, you know, and I didn't even tell my father. I just packed my bags, I got some money, and off I went. That was in 1974. And I didn't see my father again until 1986. And I didn't communicate with him because of the anger and all that history, you know. So I went to Kenya, and then after 2 years in 1976, I went to London. I went to the UK because I had an Irish passport, so I was able to travel. Some people did fundraising for me, and I went to London. Now, I reached London when I was 20 years old, and I said, now I'm free. I will never set foot in Uganda, in Africa again. Yeah, Africa, finished. Now I'm a And the thing is, I was brought up as a Catholic schools, Catholic everything, Catholic everything. But when I went to London, I said, Ebyo nabyo nkoze eki? So I didn't go to church for 5 years. I was a total pagan in the UK. But I used to go to discos, I had relationships, I traveled all over the world, and I thought I was happy. Now remember, I had all of that stuff I had not dealt with in my life. All that anger and the trauma of Uganda, and I'd never really faced it. So after 5 years of working and enjoying life, I began to feel, I think the only word I can say is depressed. I didn't know why I felt sad. I felt sad and empty. It was a crisis. And because I wasn't going to church, there was no spiritual person to guide me. And I lost interest in my job. Although I was earning good money. I even lost interest in going to the discos. I lost interest in relationships. I lost interest in everything. And actually there was a phase where I was becoming suicidal. I was just thinking, life has no meaning and no purpose. And I was thinking, maybe I just ought to end my life. Hello. 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 Hey. Hello. Oh, okay. Okay. So, thank you. Now, I'm just telling you that biography because you're parents and you're bringing up children, and each situation is different for you parents. And I went through all of that, ending with that existential, we can call it an existential crisis, a crisis of existence. Why am I alive? What does life mean? I have everything, but I'm not happy. And what is wrong with me? So I decided to come to Kenya on holiday. There was still war in Uganda. I wanted to go to Uganda, but I don't know. In fact, when I got to Nairobi, I called my father for the first time. And I said, shall I come to Uganda? I just feel unhappy. You know, I was like the prodigal son who wants to come back to the father. And you know, my father said, no, there's war here, there's whatever. So I got stuck there in Nairobi. But you know, God is very good, because while I was there, I met somebody. I was walking on the street and I met this man who looked at me and he said, Anthony. I didn't recognize him. This is a school friend whom I'd been at Kisubi, and he'd grown into a man. He even had a beard, and he was wearing a cross here. And he said, I'm Richard Tamale, don't you remember? We were best friends at Kisubi. I said, ah! And because you see, he was my, you know, kids have, you know, he was like my partner in crime. In the school, you know, if there's anything disobedient you're going to do, you have to find someone to do it with. So he was my partner in crime in school. Now I meet him, and he's wearing a cross here, you know. So he said, Anthony, where have you been? And what are you doing now? So I said, well, I've been in London, but I've come to Kenya on a holiday. I'm really miserable, you know. And I asked him, what are you doing? And he said, oh, I'm a religious brother. So I said, a brother? Yeah. He said, don't you remember like the brothers at Kisubi? Thank you. Like the brothers at Kisubi, you know, the brothers used to teach us. I became a brother. And I said, wow. And I was really shocked because he was he was even more stubborn than me. You know, and now he was as holy as, you know. I said, oh my God. So he said, you have to come to our house and visit us. And I didn't really know anyone in Nairobi. I was feeling lonely. I had some money, so I was renting a nice apartment, but I didn't know anyone. I was in between worlds. It was a crisis. It was a time of not knowing the future and leaving the past. And he took me to this brother's residence. And they were so hospitable. They were so welcoming to me. You know, dear friends, hospitality is a very important ministry. You know, when you welcome people, they really feel very healed. And certainly in that community of love, I just felt healed. And the superior of that community was called Brother Davis. He took an interest in me and he became my spiritual director. He started counseling me and telling me, and you know, I said, I'm confused about my life. And he looked at me and he said, no, there's something more in you that you don't know. You know, I began by saying that each one of us is a mystery. There are depths within us which we don't understand. But sometimes God can give someone else to see what you can't see in yourself. And by the way, this also applies to our behavior. You know, you may have a certain kind of behavior which others see, but for you, you don't see it. That's why we need friends. That's why we need loving communities, because there are things we don't know about ourselves. So this brother helped me to see that I was of value. Even though I felt rejected by my parents and abandoned and all of that, but there was something good and wholesome in me. And, you know, I just felt loved. And I began to pray again. You know, they would go for their prayers and I would join them for prayers. And because I was a singer and a musician, I started playing the organ in the church. And that's how I came back to God. That's how I came back to God. And I just felt very much at home. And I stayed there, I think, for 2 or 3 months. And then I said, Brother Joe, I want to join this community. I want to join. And he said, you have to go for a retreat. So I went for a retreat. He sent me to a monastery, a Benedictine monastery. So when I reached that monastic community, I fell in love with that community and I joined it. I became a Benedictine monk for 4 years. And it was such a big change of life, you know, from the discos and the emptiness. And now I was a holy monk, praying. Now, what happened is when I joined this community, I was really touched by the word of God that Jesus loves me and saves me, and I just wanted to give my life to the Lord. And I became so zealous. I became so holy, in inverted commas. And I became so critical of the people I found in the community. You know, I said, no, the Bible says this. You must not do this, you know. And these are people who'd been there for 30 years. And I had just arrived with my Gezi. And so I lasted 4 years in that community. And they said, brother, you know, when you join that community, they give you another name. So my name was Brother Michael. So the superiors called me one day and they said, Brother Michael, you know, we know that God is calling you, but he's not calling you here. So I had to leave that one also. Amen. And it was a big trauma. I felt rejected again. All the wounds came back again. Oh. And another crisis, a spiritual crisis. I ended up going back to London where I had a job because I had no job, no work, no nothing. And my dad told me, don't come to Uganda, there's war here. And then, unfortunately, he was killed in 1986. The year Museveni came to power, that's when he was killed. So maybe it was a good thing I didn't come back at that time. I ended up going back to London, and I went for a retreat. And the priest there said, okay, it's not the end, you know. By the way, in our lives, God may give you something very, very good. And then suddenly it's gone, and you think it's the end. But what I discovered is one good thing prepares you for another. I never knew that I would become a priest. I wanted to be a brother, and I was a brother for 4 years. It didn't work out. When I went to the UK, this priest guided me, and I joined the seminary in London. I was accepted. And I became a Catholic priest. And that's why I'm here now. Sorry about the long testimony. But I think you and your children, you have children, and maybe even yourselves, you've been through some of these crises. And with every crisis, the mind is affected, your mental health is affected. You go through a roller coaster of emotions, depression, anger, sadness, anxiety. I went through all of these things. I found solace, I found comfort in music. That's why I love music. Music has been like a guide and a love. I was able to sing and to play music and to be creative. You know, when you're creative, this gives you a sense of who you are. So encourage your children to be creative. Don't suppress their creativity, okay? In whatever area it is. And I discovered prayer, and I discovered meditation, and I discovered that spirituality, when it is properly understood, can be a great healer of the mind, okay? Now, we must be careful with religion, because whether you're a Christian or a Muslim, these things, the Bible, the catechism, the spirituality, the prayers, all these things must not become a crutch. Do you know what I mean by a crutch? So if you are a parent, don't make religion a crutch. In other words, the things you can't do, you're telling God to do. Now go to church, now say prayers, now read the Bible, and you force these things on your children, but as our brother said, you're giving them instructions, but they're not learning anything. So religion can also be like a Panadol, but it doesn't solve the problems of the child, because you have to own your faith. You have to have a personal relationship with God. It has to be personal for you. It's not a question of say prayers, say the rosary, go to church, read the Bible. Those things create anger and resentment and bitterness in the child towards you and towards God. That's why you find that someone who is a child of a reverend, when they grow up, they become pagans. They're not interested because the religion was forced on you, you know. So let's be careful about how we use religion. And remember, it is your personal example. You shall know the tree by their fruits. The children are watching you. It's not what you say, but what you do. Okay? And about prayers, I believe that short prayers are better than long ones. Yeah, you know, sometimes we want to quantify our prayers. And remember when Jesus was teaching, he said, when you pray, do not be like the pagans. They think by multiplying words they will be heard. So make your prayers qualitative, not quantitative. Short, but meaningful and personal. And that is a way of being healed of many of the things we suffer. Thank you very much. I don't know if there's any feedback or questions before I run away. It's been a bit long, but there we go. May God bless you all.
Oh, thank you, Father.
Thank you so much, Father.
Oh, okay.
Maybe we can invite the questions, just in case there are any.
Anyone want to ask me anything? No? Oh, hallelujah.
There is, Father.
Okay.
Thank you, Father, for that deliberation. Just wanted to know, how do you heal a child who is going through depression caused by parents like the one you have done? Now, how do we put their state of mind at balance? Prayer, counseling, and which approach?
Thank you very much. Well, I think the approach has to be tailored to the individual. I get many people who bring me their children, their teenage children, for counseling. And the first thing I do is what was done to me. To make the person feel valued, I always tell this person that they are valued and special and they have a lot of potential. That's the first thing, because you see, these children are coming from a background of being judged, so they need a non-judgmental approach. You welcome the child and you tell the child that they are valued and special. And then you ask them to speak about what they're going through. You need to just listen. And they will say to you what they're going through. And you listen for the what emotions are coming up. Is it fear? Is it anger? Is it sadness? Is it joy? And then sometimes they just need to air out what they're feeling because no one has listened to them. And the healing will come through that listening. Not so much through telling them, do this, do that, but just that listening. And then you prayer with them. When I'm with a young person, I give them words to pray. I say, can you say this prayer? Because as they vocalize the prayer, the Spirit of God is working. And I usually tell them to come and see me 2 or 3 times. Thank you.
Good afternoon, members.
Good afternoon.
Thank you so much.
Father?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, I'm audible now.
Yeah.
Mine is a compliment. Because when I was listening to your story, it's not different from my story.
Wow.
No, it is not. The separation, the encounter, separation encounter, and back to the new, and then separation again, it's not different. So I'm really empowered there. Empowered because when I was listening, I said, okay, this shame, fear, guilt should be our point of power to bring back people to understand themselves and appreciate themselves as I did, as you did.
Yes, yes.
Empowered.
Thank you very much. An important thing is these things we feel. Now, where's the pen? Okay, now, one thing that we need to do is to accept who we are. It's very important to accept the reality of who you are. So, this is you here, or shall we say, this is I, you know, the ego. And then, here, there are different aspects of who you are, and different emotions. So, a part of you may be angry. A part of you is loving. A part of you is fearful. A part of you is jealous. A part of you is kind. A part of you is even lustful. A part of you is, let's say, spiritual or whatever, holy, I don't know. Now, it's very important to recognize all these different aspects of who you are and to accept them. The problem we have is we want to be perfect. We have some idea of perfection, which we were told, either in church or by our parents or by what, that you have to be this, you know, you're not allowed to be angry, you're not allowed to be lustful, it's a sin, you know. So you're there trying to delete parts of your life and they're not going away. You have to accept the whole of who you are, but you're able to stand above. You understand? So the anger will come and it will go away because it's not the whole of you. It's just a part of you. Okay? The jealousy, you'll have some jealousy. It will come and go because you're human. But if you say, now I'm going to get rid of this jealousy, I'm going to pray, I'm going to fast for a month to get rid of jealousy, it will just get stronger. So allow, it's like having children. These are all your children. Accept them. That is you. But you stand above them and know that I am above all of this. And the real me is all of this. I don't know if you get that. So I think that's what I discovered in my life. And later on, when I read some of Carl Jung's psychology, psychotherapy, you just have to accept yourself. You can't be who you're not. You can only be who you are. And God loves you as you are. And each person is unique. God doesn't make a photocopy. So there's something only I can do. God created me to do something specific. And if I don't do it, no one will do it. And it's the same for you. Thank you. Okay.
Wow. Father, thank you so much. You're making us feel special.
But you are.
Oh my God. Okay, Father, I would like to make one request, that people will come up here and we'll all take a photo with you before you leave, as we sing along. Yeah.
Put the song.
So, okay. It's the song.
You should dance a bit.
So
Go on and dance. Very good, very good. Eno tuiro yo yo warero. Kona bamsembera ya bawo wizo fukabana. 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 Ya bawo wizo. Ya bawo wizo. Ya bawo wizo. Ya bawo wizo. Kona bamsembera ya bawo wizo fukabana. Thank you, everybody. Thank you very much. The picture. Picture and then the blessing. And the blessing. Give me the blessing song. I'm running. Wow. I think we'll sleep well today. So, as you know, all the blessings come from God, not from me. But whenever we do this kind of exercise of growing in knowledge and spirit, the blessing comes automatically. Now, you're all going to be blessed. When you leave this seminar, you're going to see blessings there with your children. Amen. So if Ronnie finds the song, I'm going to sing a blessing on you. Sing. Sing. So prepare yourself. Which specific blessing are you asking for the Lord? Which, to what? To 8? Who told you I'm old? Which 68? Which blessing are you looking for?
God to bless us with good children.
Good children. Receive that blessing, Bambi.
God to bless my family, the entire family.
The entire family, may it be blessed. Omulala.
God bless me with in-laws.
With in-laws.
Create a bond between me and my firstborn.
A bond between you and your firstborn. May it come. Oh, he's distant. We're going to pray for that. Okay.
A better relationship with my husband.
A better relationship with your hubby. Okay. We pray for him. May the Lord touch him wherever he is.
Total freedom from my mental health struggles.
Total freedom from your mental... Well, unfortunately, you'll never be totally free. But just accept what is there. Peace. Peace with yourself. Okay, the struggles go on until our age. I'm still struggling. But I'm happy. Yeah, okay. Anyone else want to say? Yes, brother.
Fulfillment of my talents.
Fulfillment of your talents. Wow, you'll be the next president of Uganda.
God to bless my son.
To bless your son. Your sir. Your husband. Your sir. Oh, sir, may you be blessed. Blessed. Did you get the song for us? Wanchi?
I want God can give me the love for all people, especially for people sick mentally.
Especially people who are sick mentally.
Mentally, yes.
Very good. Thank you, Lord. Lord, we ask that you touch all those who are facing mental challenges, especially our relatives, Lord. Some of our family members are depressed, are sad, are unhappy. Lord, just send your Holy Spirit to them wherever they are. Did you get the song, friend? He's still struggling with the song. Financial breakthroughs, wow. And reconciliation. Wow. Holy matrimony. This organization. Okay, wow. Well, you know, they say where 2 or 3 are gathered, the Lord is here. So he has heard all of your prayers. So now, open your hands this way. You can close your eyes. Let the Holy Spirit bless you. This is your time. This is the hour. This is your moment of grace and power. The Lord is with you. The Lord who loves you is blessing you with peace and favor. May the blessing of the Lord be ever yours. May the goodness of our God be yours forever. Lord, bless us, have mercy on us, heal us. Lord, heal our emotions, our broken hearts. You are a sign, you are a witness of God's goodness and his faithfulness, his saving love and Holy Spirit will raise you higher than the stars in heaven. May the blessing of the Lord be ever yours. May the goodness of our God be yours forever. May the blessing of the Lord be ever yours. May the goodness of our God be yours forever. You can make the sign of the cross if you want to. Benedicatus omnipotens Deus, Patris et Filius et Spiritus Sanctus. Benedicatus omnipotens Deus, Patris et Filius et Spiritus Sanctus. May the blessing of the Lord be ever yours. May the goodness of our God be yours forever. May the goodness of our God be yours forever. Yours forever. The Lord be with you. And may the blessing and healing of our Lord be with you, Father, Son, and Holy Spirit. Amen. Peace be with you. Please give your neighbor a hug and say, peace be with you. A healing hug.
Gather the flowers. Let's pour them on him. The cameraman is saying he hasn't taken it. Let's stand again. Members, parents,
they have not taken the official picture. So,
then that's another photo. Smile with big smiles. Hallelujah. Okay, thank you, camera. Thank you, Father.
Let's remain in the moment.
Bless you. Okay, the Bible should
thank
continue
you, Father.
As we go back to our seat.
Let's remain in the moment. When we say remain in the moment, continue to receive, continue to enjoy, continue to feel the mood. And the Father, thank you. Some people can have testimonies.
Okay, Madam Kenya, as you prepare, you're the next presenter.
Mama Jovia, as you prepare.
Okay, our next presenter is Madame Jovia Tugumilande. She is a clinical psychologist at Bethany Hospital. Madame Jovia, you're most welcome. We are glad to have you this evening. We are so happy to be with you. Oh, Father, thank you so much.
Father, we shall forever call you.
Yes. Aren't we blessed?
We are blessed
to have him this evening.
Yes.
Is everybody feeling like me? Are you feeling some? Huh? You feel some? Okay, it's okay.
There's some relievement.
You can do this slowly. As we receive Madame Jovia, she's our next presenter.
Members who are outside, we have the packages are still coming. We haven't started yet. Hey, we haven't started. And I'm told the evening tea is what is not here? The evening tea is already here. So good evening, everyone.
Good evening. Oh yeah. What can I say after the Father has talked? I'm just filled with the Holy Spirit. But again, I'm going just to integrate the psyche with the spiritual. I was asked to talk about the psychological effects of financial constraints of family, managing finances, differentiating wants from needs. Okay, I need everyone to take a self-reflection as we talk about this, and you look into the finance problems. If you have never got it, you can prepare, because finance can be finance. I am privileged to have experienced extreme richness, whereby I would carry money in sacks, to extreme poverty, whereby I can borrow 10,000. So, the topic is psychology. Is here. Psychological, it's a bit tricky. Psychological effect of financial constraints over family. Number 2, managing finances. Number 3, differentiating wants from needs. I'm going to start from a different angle, the personal angle. I would like to thank I'm Jovia Tugumisese, by the way. I'm a clinical psychologist managing the postpartum depression and perinatal depression of mothers at Bethany Women and Family Hospital. It is not easy because that's where mental health starts from. So I'm doing basically a lot of assessment and of depression and anxiety, and I'm identifying a lot of gaps between parent and child relationship, which is my topic for PhD now, which I'm entering in August. And I believe these workshops are very, very, very important to reach the policymakers, because without policymakers, you can't do much, right? Money. I'm going to talk about money. Money, said, money, you cannot separate money from personality, right? You cannot separate money from personality. Here, the people we have, the savers, the investors, the balancers, the spenders, and I'm one of the spenders of money. I don't have any relationship with money. A close relationship, I don't have it. And it is a mental health disorder. And these people said, talk about money. Now, how can I talk about money? And I cannot manage money. So I found it rich in a way that when you know yourself, you can manage money, right? I found that my personality, I'm an extrovert. And I also dip down the pocket and throw away the last coin, regardless of the dates. When you give me a banja, it's all upon you. So what I do, I don't borrow. I borrowed the family, and we lost a storied house in Rosira. Mr. Kwebi, I don't know it, but it's there just at Kasasiro, down there where you see a transformer, with the one who put it there. So since then I hated borrowing, because I know my personality, okay? But I cannot handle money beyond this. I was, I think the story will give you better. I was an importer, whereby money, when it was too much, and you come to, I see you are my visitor. You just throw in what problem you have, what challenge you are facing. You say, oh, a challenge, you can finish it. So the rest will cater for itself later. Okay? So the shop ran bankrupt. The house was taken. Yeah? So knowing yourself, if you are a saver, if you can save the money properly, it will not disturb you. By then it disturbed me because I went into depression, which I didn't know anyway. I hated everything, like Father has been talking. I was just looking at myself, hated everything that I loved. I loved music, put it off. I loved people, put them off. I loved everybody, put them off. Even my family, even my children. I didn't want anybody. I could look myself until time when I reached the climax, and I was at a party. Somebody said, "You are boring us." I said, "What can I do? I'm not boring you." They said, "Take this wine." The whole bed started roaring, left, right, north, south. I had never taken wine since I was born. I took it at 46 years. You remember, there is this kind of depression which I didn't know. And then I continued. It was good. The following day, I continued. The following day, I found it was my friend. So I could only talk with alcohol. Discuss, we talk, we laugh. So if I want to generate laughter, remember before I had a natural laughter. Here I had to generate laughter. Had to first test. And then I come, we talk with these visitors, and I sweat and I sweat and I sweat. I go back and bathe and I come and I talk. So I give you the last coin which is in the house so that you can go leave me. So that is the problem with money. Okay, money management. I had to learn it later, but it is God's grace. I can't tell you I'm the one who did it. Now, let us try to look at what happens if you don't know yourself, or what happens when you are passing through depression or anxiety because of the problem of money. Because when you are drinking, remember, even the last coin will go, and you'll be hated by everyone in the family. So, when I was suffering from depression, I happened to get pregnant of the boy I lost at 27 when he's a doctor with psychotic depressive disorder. People are talking of people who are committing suicide, but suicide you can commit it slowly, not even one day. You can take alcohol, you can take the weed, you can take what, slowly, you can take the pill, because doctors are used to taking pills. So when you are taking those slowly, you know when you can sleep, and you take 5, maybe of sleeping pills, and off you go. So when he was finishing his he used to disturb us when he was in secondary school, but I had in myself, I knew that this boy will not survive. Why? Because when he was born, he had this thing tied around, meaning that little oxygen was going in the brain. That one, it was one of the factors I knew. Number 2, his delivery was a bit difficult. He delayed the stomach, which I'm observing here in the hospital. So, when he came out, he experienced me being battered. And remember, he was my friend and he's a boy. These people of opposite sex, we love each other. Like Mr. Kwebi has been talking, we love each other. Our fathers love us. Though he passed me through the similar thing with a father, and I lost him. I lost it, my love, at 17. Okay? You might think that why at this time? I'm going to mix things so that you can pick yourself, not me. Don't pick me. Look into yourself, your life. I was born in a rich family, very rich. With a man exporting minerals, tin. Now, he loved me as a first girl, too much, like the too much love Eric is giving the daughter, too much. Now, here he comes, the war came in and we shifted to another place. That was a crisis. Then, when I was at Chilu Secondary and I went back, passed very well, this man had brought in a girl like that is a wife, and this wife took my seat of my age. I didn't know that I lost it there at the age of 17. I came to know it when I went to study, adult studying. And I found that I lost myself there. So what I was living was not me. Am I communicating? Yes. So the product I was producing, it was not the real quality, but there is a hiding place of church where I would hide myself, but I'm there. But this is not the reality who I would have come out with. Now here comes trauma of loss, property, everything. Now here, I'm here in alcohol. Now this child is partaking what I'm drinking. You know, it passes, alcohol passes through anywhere. To make this one vulnerable to the same thing I was suffering from. Okay? So there is what we call nature and nurture. Nature brought him out that way to being vulnerable. Okay? Now the nurturing wasn't all good. How? Because there was battle. There was a battlefield. When you have lost money and you have been dealing with money in the house, it is war. There is no communication, that's number one, which is positive. There is blame game everywhere. So every member of the family has to find her own or his own place. But you are together in the house. Okay? So this one who was in the stomach had to face it all. So he couldn't know even what life was. By the time we picked up, or I picked up, being me, that's when the Lord sent his angels, and I was back to school at the age of 56 for self-discovery. And now I'm a PhD candidate. Back to our topic, money. Money, if you are one of these people as a compulsive saver, get a pen for yourself. Compulsive saver cannot even eat a bun because he's saving. You can make $1 million per day, but you'll spend only 5,000. 5,000. So if you have a family, you have a budget of maybe 8,000 or 10,000, but it is you are saving. Okay? That's a problem to your family members who are looking up to you. When, let me say you are very rich. Your child, you know, much as I've been hearing children get a lot of money in school. There are those who know that they have money, but they are getting 10,000 as pocket money. Huh? The child has 10,000 as pocket money or 20,000. But at home, there are 5 cars. And the dining is full. So what do you expect that child to think, really? Crisis. We have also this compulsive money maker. This one will never be at home. He's ever making money. The touch is not there. Attention is not there at all to these children. Yes, he doesn't know even the names. Some people, our father used to forget us, the names. You could call this one, that one, until he reaches to you. So this one was a money maker. I witnessed him. And a psychologist says you are likely to marry somebody who's like your father, if you are not careful. There is a gambler. A gambler is also a person who makes big money, and he takes risks, heavy risks, which even scare the family. Maybe you can take it even in the corruption. People who engage in corruption, in most cases, they don't value their families. Why? Because by the time you come in newspapers that you stole money for a global fund, you don't know what it takes for children to take it in when they are at school. Shame, guilt, fear maybe of death, that my father is going to be killed, all that we don't count them. I'm not saying about others only, even mothers. They're typical gamblers. We go out there and we shop, and we go at night that we are going to do business as women. In most cases, we lose our responsibility, which also affects the family. And there is also this indifferent to money. Somebody says it's there, but he says, to do with the money, I'll make it later. The money is not my problem. Let me do other things. But sooner or later, we need money. Isn't it? We need it. But how does it affect us in most cases? Psychologically. I told you, for me, I got depression. And this depression led me to what I didn't want to do, but that one psychologically it can be explained, that when the hypothalamus finds a lot of stress from the amygdala, it turns its response to what it was supposed to do. What you needed, what you loved. There's a mechanism here in the brain. It does an opposite thing. So this one is out of our control. That is happening here. But the situation, we are the ones who are engaging in it. But what is taking place in our head, it is not us. It is the effect. Okay? Like, when you tell me that in my assessments that I hate this, I start from there, of what you hate. That's where the problem is. Because you cannot hate something you have never loved, isn't it? Can you? Can you? You cannot. That means there is a way you relate with that thing. But when you put a very big thing, I hate, you know that this person might have a relationship with that situation. So we handle them that way. So still go back to money. How are we going to help ourselves with, to improve our mental health? Let me hold this reading, it would be a problem. I thought I would do that thing. So number one of how to improve mental health and finances is addressing the root cause. The root cause, I said that it must be related to your personality. That you are in the middle of the game. Okay. Okay. So addressing the root cause is very important. In a relationship, like other speakers have been talking, like I know I'm a Machiga, and I know the Machiga how we talk. This time, if you find me talking, my dear, you think that I'm a what? I'm a saint. Because I'm open to learning. We have to learn a skill of flexibility. I gave you an assignment of looking about yourselves. There is also a warrior. This person is, he prepares for financial disaster. Don't write it, that one. But we are looking at the improved mental health and causes, not causes. How to improve. Addressing the root cause, improving on our communication, as others have been talking, and relationship. When we talk of relationship, what do we mean by them? Relationship. One of you can say something. When we are talking about relationship, if I enter this room without greeting you, I doubt that I'll greet my people. Highly doubt. Then, building the financial literacy. Personalized approach, I've already talked about it. Collaboration with others, other professionals. Like I work in the same area with Eric, and Eric works near me. So I can call, I say, Eric, I have a challenge here. This, how can I go around it or about it and find a solution? There, Eric will help me. So when I talk of financial health literacy, it means how to manage healthcare expenses. Like me, I told you, I don't know how to manage money. So how do you teach us there? To manage expenses, to manage money. Or health expenses.
And what's going to improve my finances.
Okay. Anybody with a trial? Can try that one? You want to try? Somebody else? Okay, how can we manage our health expenses? First of all, health expenses, to manage them is to eat good nutrition. You reduce going to the hospital. You eat nutrition and you don't go to the hospital. Number two, when you get angry, the Bible tells us don't get angry the whole day. You make sure you go to problem solving or you share as fast as possible. That means you are not going to spend on the hospital. Number three, you get social capital. You see how they are integrating with each other? Social capital, like now, here, how we have been dancing. I cannot go to the hospital that I have pressure. This is enough to give me enough sleep. Enough, because I've taken long without exercising, by the way, as per me. So when we are looking in hospital expenses, you people work in the hospital, people spend money. People spend money, husbands are quarreling. When you are a wife and you are there is one who left even a child not to pay for the bills. We see that the child came when the child was suffocating. The man looked for money he couldn't get. So we had nothing to do. I don't know what the doctors did. Me, I went back to my office. So how do you manage it? Again, I'm still on the other topic. Managing it, you do the prevention of going to the hospital. Number 2, you have to make sure you don't become, I had can I call it a disorder? Dependence. You just tell me, dependence is a what?
Dependence is a personality disorder. It's a disorder.
I had a personality disorder of dependency. Knowing that my husband would pay everything. So me, I'd just enter into to eat everything. But I said, there is hell there. So I had to think about myself, what I can do for myself. And I found peace. Peace of not becoming a parasite. When you have your own money as a woman, I say a big number here of women, really you are peaceful. And money has never been much money or little money. It depends on how you are looking at it, depending on your flexibility, or depending on what you want, and you see how you can manage the money. Then you see some of them are just jumping them. Let us look at how we can help our children to know the needs and the wants. I was asking myself one time, how about there is a scenario we have as mothers or parents that you have, I'm a mother of 6 by the way, and only one child became different from others. So was this one not seeing the parenting because I'm the same mother? Like I told you, this one found the predisposed problems at hand. These ones, others had already grown up. Are you seeing the difference? Because I have pastors. I have these ones who are there. I don't know what they are. What they are, I don't know. Because they don't even they go to church. But they are there. They are good girls, they are there. I have that one who was an addict. That one who was following me. So, and I'm the same, we are the same parents. The language is the same. So isn't it a challenge, a dilemma there? A crisis? Language is the same, but children are not the same. Even if you have 2 by them, even if they are twins, you find they have different behavior. So what do I do at Bethany? And in comparison with others who are not, I'm comparing these ones who are saying that, okay, parents learn this, parents do this, but these things we know them. We try to see that we can help these people, but what is it? What is it? So me, I found that we first have help ourselves. Like I told you, I lost my me at 17. So when I'm dancing here, it is a 17 young child there who is dancing. Because a person has 3 persons, like we know, there is a child, there is an adult, and there is a parent. So these 3 persons, the little girl, Jovia, is the one who is still dancing at Chibri Secondary. Demanding. So is there a question, like the needs? The needs, of course, we need food, we need shelter, we need healthcare, we need education. Now the fact that I didn't study and I wanted to study, okay? It disturbed me so much that this energy I'm using in school, it is the very energy I lost at senior 4. I see. It is a driver. So I'm encouraging you that whenever you find a challenge, make it a learning platform. That's your stone. If Jesus Christ didn't resurrect from death, that big stone to be removed, I think it would have no meaning. He got meaning because of that stone. I want you to understand me there. And what I want you to identify again, I want to borrow some message from Father, that separation, when you separate from your you, or separate from God, by the way, the God is here in our heart. When we separate from those good things we used to do, and we find ourselves somewhere, that one, that's your area of energy. That's your area of service. I repeat, area of service, many students are losing a touch of careers, even parents, by the way. Why there is corruption? It is because people are not in their places. If you are in your place, you have a passion to that job. So you cannot steal that money. And when you steal it, it will bring problems in the home. So money is a very big factor that brings anxiety, stress, and depression in the home. So, how do we deal with the stress in the home? Particularly, this one I have to insist, because before we look into this, or as we look into this managing money in the house, we have to look at the stress. The stress, we have seen that we have to look at money in relation to our personality. If, for example, me, I used to spend a lot. My husband is somebody who wants to look at his money as his God. So I just move like these 2 steps behind, away from that money, and I become free. Otherwise, it will take me to depression again. Do you see that? Yeah. Because I cannot manage it, I just watch. So if we are in a home, let us learn how to express ourselves. For example, me, I never used to express myself. If I want the bizigo, or I'm going to buy the bizigo, or I'm going outside, I couldn't talk. I could just watch, just thinking somebody will read me and imagine that I want this. Because one time I said, don't you say I don't have it? And it became a quarrel over the money of just 50,000. Another thing, like it is almost similar. We have to take action. We have to get organized. There are personalities that are not organized. There are others which are too organized. Which personality are you? Let me ask my sister here. Organized, disorganized like me? I'm disorganized, by the way.
I'm in the middle.
The middle. Call it what?
I don't know.
Average.
Average. There are those who are average. In fact, the average is the best. Too organized is not good. Because there's somewhere I went to visit. Those chairs. They were looking at me, how I would turn myself, how I would do like this. I said, what is this? The woman is too organized. You cannot even enter that home. I went when I was so stressed, I said, I want to come back. So create space for yourself. Like I said, I step behind 2 steps and I create space. For yourself, what does it mean space? In this space, we do a lot in it. Just look into yourself and see your strength, your limitations, and in relation to money, especially quarrels are not good, especially in finance, because finance is finance. And when you are to work, understand your expectations. Don't do a lot of work, avoid multitasking work. Minimize conflict and get comfortable. In a relationship again, remove extreme stressors. Here I have to emphasize this. There are homes which are like marketplaces. I had one, we had to have 3 maids, whereby the relatives were about 10 because there was money. And our children, including that one who passed on, couldn't access us because I was very, very busy buying love from those relatives, taking them to school, whichever school they want. The fact that I didn't know my personality, the money was there. So you want to go to Makerere? Have. Holiday? Come. This. The other one will bring another one. The other one will bring another one. And I was feeling very comfortable, not knowing that this one was bank loan. So borrow what you can manage, because it brings problems, diseases. And somebody wrote about finance and cardiovascular diseases. What are they? High blood pressure, heart attack, all of those. In fact, I suffered from asthma because of money, which I was seeing and I could not ask for it. And communication, like I can repeat it, it was very, very necessary. So as I wind up, that was my story. Any question? Any contribution? When you are questioning me, look into the money. But in the saving money, I don't know. Money with the personality, tell me. Because my personality couldn't handle money. I handle the money to spend. But these days I have account. I learned how to save. So I thank you so much for listening. Any question?
Thank you, Ashani. You talked about something to do with area of service, and I needed you to shed more light on. Okay, you said separation from you, separation from good. Then you brought something about area of service, and I didn't get what.
Where do you work?
I'm doing freelance, private practice and counseling, private.
Private.
Not under.
Okay. We are talking about money. What happens to you at place of work will affect the mental health at home, because you go when you are annoyed. It is not okay. What happens to you when you are at home? I doubt that you will serve well when you are at a place of work. For example, me, I work in a very sensitive place, whereby there is these women whom the IVF, very sensitive. You have to be sober. You know, when I talk about sober, you know what it means. You have to be sober and attentive so that you don't touch any feeling of that lady. Because, you know, getting pregnant through a tube is not easy when you are helping that person. So we help them to think to manage their thought processes. When you're about to get angry, write it down, don't leave it in the head, because it will disturb you. Look at it there. Delivered? Okay. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
A round of applause for Madame Jovian. Now we are going to gather the flowers, eh? Yes. Can we stand up a little? Because I know how you're feeling, eh? Okay, we are going to gather the flowers. Gather. Eh. Gather. More. Thank you. Let's pour them on her. Blessings. Thank you so much. You can take your seat. I'd like to take this opportunity to invite Ms. Tourism, Madame Michelle, to come and address us. Yeah, thank you so much. Yes.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Yes, good afternoon too.
Good afternoon, our dear parents. This is Karith Michelle, a tourism king in Buganda Kingdom, and I'm a proud mental health advocate at my age. The reason why I'm a mental health advocate was because when I was at the age of 15, I went into a very, very, very bad depression, and I used to contemplate suicide for a long time. So I realized we have a really big problem among the youth, and my parents they couldn't understand, because my father one time talked about it. I saw you had changed in how you were acting, and I became very, very quiet, but they didn't have the knowledge and skills to help me out of the depression. So it is, because of course the after effects are still there, it is still a personal battle, me and myself, and because they still don't understand the mental health problem. So I decided to take it upon me to become a voice to the very many young people who are voiceless. I also have a friend I know, but he recently died in 2024, who was battling very bad mental health problems. And the father was the major cause of those problems, and he didn't know. And every time he tried to reach out to create a relationship or a bond with the father just used to act again more aggressively and end up wanting the child more. So the child, by the time the child died, he was a very, very bad addict. I think he used all drugs you can know. Because one time I used to go and visit him, he's taking shisha, he's taking alcohol. Again, he would tell you, oh, you should try the cocaine, it is so good. It takes you to the seventh heaven. So that is the kind of life the child was living. And the father was a very well-meaning father, but the approach towards the child was wrong. So I was very happy when I met Madame Judith, and I told her I'm also a mental health advocate. And yes, we are trying to reach out to the youth to help them, but we cannot help them when the root problem is not addressed. And the root problem is always in the families and always at home. Because for me to become mentally disturbed, all those things stemmed from home. My parents don't know, but recently I told my mom some of the things that spiraled down the depression. They happened. For, Africans, we always think, that thing is going to happen, and parents always try to walk past it. My parents went through a very bad financial problem, and on top of that, their own relationship between themselves started to disintegrate. So for us, we didn't know a lot about the personal relationship they had, but then later, as we grew up, we started to know. Some things I can't say because they are very, very bad and very, very horrible, and they are not good to talk about in public. But their relationship was really bad. My mom was sick at that period of time, and basically we were abandoned because they couldn't have time for us. Yes, my mom was present, daddy was away, and I think the reason why I was badly hurt because my dad used to be my best friend, and out of the blue he disappeared. Then we start seeing like stories about other people coming in like in the picture between their relationship. A lot of very ugly stories came up and we were young. And some other, but my mom brought along a friend who used to persecute us at home, but we couldn't still talk. So we are broke, daddy is away, their relationship is breaking apart. Other people are coming into the picture, left, center, right. You don't know what is going on as a child, and you have no one to talk to. So in my young age, I realized, okay, my mom is in a lot of pain because of the things that are happening. I took it upon me, I recalled in my head, like to make sure I look after mommy. So I learned that I will make sure I hold it together so that I can help mommy take upon her burdens, the burdens of her failing marriage, the burdens of this and that. So they call it in psychology parentification, where you almost want to become the parent of your parent. And I was just 12 when I started that, because I knew at least someone has to try to fill in the gap to make sure the home doesn't break, mommy is okay. At 12, I could look after my siblings. They were older than me, my brothers, but I could run a home by 12 years old. And I get to know this one has to eat. I wake up early in the morning to make sure everyone is fed. I have to go to the market to try to do everything that has to be done to make sure mommy is happy. So a lot of other bad things happened, and at 15 I became depressed. And no one knew what was going on. I also didn't know what was happening. And I have struggled with that depression for a long, long time. So it is my pleasure and a humble pleasure to get the African parents to know. You guys are on a very bad time bomb, a very bad one, because most of those children you're sacrificing long work hours for are going to die on you when you're seeing. They're going to commit suicide, or they are becoming very, very bad addicts. And they are going to fail miserably at life, not because they are not good children or they are wayward children, but because the emotional gaps, even in the African way of parenting, are very big. Because most African parents can spend, there's someone I saw who said, I think the first time their dad ever hugged them was on graduation. That is how bad it can be. Some of you don't even know anything, because we can have problems, but it's our friends who know our problems more than you. Our friends know our plans. Our friends know even when we get the first heartbreak, you have no clue. You're with someone, but the girlfriend just broke their heart and they're in your home. It's the friends who are calling, how are you feeling now? Like, Mana, I'm not yet okay. But they are your child. And now it's the friends, our friends who are telling us, oh, if you're feeling bad, you should try this. Those are the people now parenting the children. It is our age groups parenting us. Even after campus, most people don't even try to look, where has my child gone? What are they up to? You just expect success out of those children. You want them to come back home with a job, a very, very good job. You have not mentored them on how to get that job. So I recall when we had just finished campus, we used to just call each other, so how do you find that going after campus? Then the other one tells you, hi, it is really, really, really bad. I don't know what to do. But the parents are spending months not calling their children, but they expect results. And those are the people, we reach a point when people are overwhelmed, they don't know what to do, they are broke, they can't call home, they're ashamed of calling home. And now those things of people starting to enter loans, that is how it starts at a young age, so that bad financial management is creeping in. And then people are getting entangled in very, very horrible relationships because they have no one to talk to. And we used to have girls at campus, someone is too broke that when a man comes and cons them, they will have to accept. Because they are so broke, and of course a parent is going to say that the child should understand, but my dear, we are also begging you to try to understand us. Because the life you lived in the 90s is not the life we are living. We are people who have been exposed to a lot of social media, a lot of demands, and the pace of society is too high. So we need our parents more than we have, probably more than we have ever needed them, even in adulthood. A lot of options are being put on the table. That is why recently they say this is the most depressed generation ever to live, Gen Z. We are the most depressed generation ever since humanity began. And as each year passes, the suicidal rates are skyrocketing. And at first it used to be the boys committing suicide more, but the girls are quickly catching up as well. That is how bad the problem is. And the parents are busy seated, thinking life is okay. I've taken my child to school, but that is no longer enough. We are begging you as parents to kindly calm down, talk to your children, try to create a bond and a relationship. Because the people who are trying to create a relationship with them, first of all, their peers know nothing about life. They're all messing up the same. They're all you know, people who are in the same group, they don't know what to do. They're all confused. So this one comes up with an idea, they all run after that idea. Then the other people who are like older, who come as parental figures, are not ever well-meaning. They want to use them, they want to discard them. That is how the homosexuals are winning over the children. Because of the big gaps our parents are not filling. Someone recently was asking me, because my dad is someone who does like some known job, and they were like, how does it feel to have a famous dad? I told them, for me it doesn't matter having a famous dad, I just want my dad. I don't want any other thing connected to him. So yes, thank you for creating the money for taking us to school, but we want more than that. We want your availability. I want to be able to be going through a breakdown and I know I can call mommy. I want to be at crossroads of making a decision and I know I can talk to mommy and they enlighten me and they're not going to judge me, they're not going to abuse me, and they're not going to say that I disappointed them. I can talk about my mistakes and failures with mommy and daddy, and they're going to still provide a safe space for me to come back home. I can start over again with their guidance. And that is the only thing we desperately need from you. We thank you for your money, we thank you for each and every single sacrifice you've done, but we need more than that. Thank you.
Wow. What else can I say? Oh my God. It feels somehow, eh? So, I don't know how it feels, but I have some goosebumps, eh? Okay, let's gather some flowers for Michelle. Flowers, flowers, flowers for her, flowers. Okay, let's pour them on her. Blessings. Blessings, Michelle. We love you. We care about you, and we want to hear from you even after here. Yes, let's keep close. Eh? Even when those parents are trying to create a distance, we'll find a way of closing it. Okay, we are going to hear from Judith. She has something to say. Yeah.
Thank you so much. Let's a little bit stand. My way, a little bit stand. Yeah, if you please let's stand on our feet. Oh, just give yourself some. Make sure that you create social distance. Some social distance, please. Make sure that there is nothing that is distracting you, wherever you are. Okay? So, friends, I would like some of you to tell me which fruits we have. We have mango, we have oranges. What else? Avocado, apples. So, which one do you love most? Pineapple, watermelon. We need those ones that we need to stretch and remove from up. Okay? Mango, apples. Okay, so whatever fruit that you love, please, whatever fruit that you love, especially someone has talked of mango, someone has talked of oranges, apples. Okay. Would like at least to harvest and make sure that you feel your basket. Your basket is somewhere here. Okay? Okay, let's just make sure you stretch to your best, okay? Are you looking at me, please? I'm not seeing some of you. I'm not seeing some of you stretching. Madam Phone, can we try to... Okay, so let's go slowly. Because we don't want them to get perished. Okay? Get damaged. Okay, put in your basket. Down. Oh, make sure they are there and they are safe, okay? All right, so, we need to go back. Now, go this side, because also there are some fruits that we need to get this side. Some fruits, I don't know which one you're gathering, please. Which ones are you picking? But you know, some of your hands, I see some of your hands are not picking. Please, pick. Okay? We need to come. Are you looking at me? sit there, please. Okay? Okay? All right, let's get back. Let's get back. What also not to, we don't want to spare this side. Okay, let's get back here. We shall give fine to some people like Judith, I see the other side. Okay, let's pick. 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 Oh my God, some people. Is that how you pick? Oh, okay. It's okay, as if you're calling a baby to come. Okay, please. Okay, you know that's how they always, when you call baby. Okay, now we are picking. Oh my gosh. Okay? Yes. All right. So, now, we just want to gather all. Okay? Yes. Let's gather. Get from this side, this side. Please don't spare, because you're going to take to your family, you're going to take to the community, you're going to, you make sure that you know, okay. So let's gather from all sides. Please make sure they don't fall. I'm seeing some people are going to make them fall. Mr. Eric, Mr. Eric. Oh.
How do you feel, guys? Wow, I am seeing some mothers and fathers and teachers who are very physically fit. Clap for yourselves. Wow, Princess has picked. If you need some, you need to go and she gives you some, because she has picked many and you are seeing you. Okay, so dear friends, we are almost coming to the end of. Please, you can have a seat. So we are almost getting to the end of today's program. And I'm very certain that all of us, there is something that we are going with. Has it been good? How has it been for you guys? Friends, sorry for us, we're used of guys because we're moving with children, with youth, so please don't worry when we talk of guys. Don't think that we are putting, but still you also guys. Are you not my birthday? Yes. Yes. Yeah. So, Princess. Good. So we need to be lively. We need to be lively. Jovia was telling us, we've listened from Eric, from Winnie, from Madame Jovia. She's an inspirational, by the way. I think we need to get another day and we get her to tell us the story. You feel inspired and you feel you need to go and do your PhD. You know, soon we are calling her a doctor. You can imagine. Yes. Yes. Michelle, I'm so proud of you. Let me tell you one thing about that lady. We met somewhere and I gave a talk. After giving a talk, she was like, oh my God, this is all long I needed. I needed someone who is in mental health, who is like you, that we can work together. I can't tell you how many people she has saved who have been into depression. I was telling one of my friends, I was telling him that for us to talk the whole night. She's always calling me, Madame Judy, there is this child who has been abused by the teacher, has been harassed, and she has been trying out suicide. I don't know how many cases she has. She gets stuck, and she's trying to work with us to make sure that we save lives. We are telling you depression is real. Mr. Eric was telling us, which we shall discuss tomorrow. I don't know how many people are going to come back tomorrow. How many people are going okay, we are looking at people going to come tomorrow. Okay. So some people are deciding not to be here. Okay. So, but tell a friend, tomorrow it is going to be hot. Some of you will even request to sleep here, which is allowed anyway. But we want to assure you that
much as we see our fruits, we see our children outside there, we need to see parents, and we need to cooperate with you. And please, all facilitators who are here, and service providers, let's clap for these parents. A number of people who registered, but from nowhere, they have dropped them. You understand? But for you, you know, do you know when you stick on what you really feel that you want? So we really appreciate you. Our teachers, I can't thank you enough, from St. Denis and St. Kisubi Mapera. We thank you so much. I think Eric will tap.
Is it allowed?
It's okay.
Yes. I think before, I think I said it, but to emphasize, yes, we are learning all this, but one of the main things, just because we got was our father. Yes, I wanted to give him the privilege of his experience, and you know, for us, mental health is really hard, and it's one of those chronic conditions, and for me, that is the main reason why I go to communities, right to the public, because we don't want to flood the hospitals. We have over 1,000 public, because we don't want to flood the hospitals. We have over 1,000 patients, and in a given day, patients, and in a given day, we have over 1,000. That number doesn't change. In a given day, we are discharging about 500. It's a lot, and the numbers keep flooding in. Young people, flooding in. Young people, so, but these are young people. We don't have people, it's rare to find someone in their 50s there. It is rare. They are young people, teens. We have a child and adolescent ward. These are young people, and these are the ones that are privileged that they're in the hospital. Others are wandering on the streets, okay? Others are in prison. Some people don't know that some people end up in prison because of mental health issues. So I think I'll talk more about mental health in detail tomorrow as we incorporate it with, of course, parenting. So that's why I think the teachers will grasp much because that is an area that I think you need more. You're always with our learners, our children more. This generation, isn't it? Gen Zs. The teachers have our children. They are with them more than us. And when they come, many times we're also busy looking for the next bank slip, if it's making sense. So that's why, but anyway, we shall talk more tomorrow. I just wanted to emphasize that with the teachers.
Thank you so much, Mr. Eric. He's my birthday. We've worked together. You know, whenever I work, I always think about Eric because I know.
Sorry, when you talked about...
He answers once. There's another one somewhere. Okay.
And besides that parent, I'm seeing there are few parents who have turned up for this important activity. And yet the call is overwhelming. I will request that as the organizer.
Symptoms of trauma, which he will tell us tomorrow.
Madam Emuti, please allow me to say something. I'm sorry. I am a mental health expert and a counseling psychologist. One time, I'm an evangelist. Yes, in the Catholic Church. And I'm a charismatic, a very itinerant one. So one time I was in Mbarara, chasing the demons. So they are a very, very committed young boy, 22 years. Because I had attained some evangelization course, so I had powers. And they bring in every time, people are coming, ladies, young ones, and so there is this woman we had prayed for the whole week and she was not healing. So one time, this lady, by that time she was also young, she had done some training in counseling. So she came there at our center to do her internship. I don't know, there is something she was doing. So I heard that there is a counselor who had cancer. They are not even spiritual. That's what I was telling these people, they are not even spiritual. They are going. But I heard that she had done some training also in the evangelization of the same course I had done. So she handled the woman. For us, every time we would go there, the woman would beat us. The woman would want to strangle us. And we would chase more the devil, and we were like, power now has come. Then I hope someone is understanding me. Then she comes, I don't know, and then she handles the woman that day, 2 days. She is my inspirer. Wow. To look for a priest who does, I think it's called what? Exorcism. Prayer, it will work. We had to pray it refused it. Psychology. So from there, actually that's why when I'm with her, I work with her. I don't want anyone to pay me or to do what, because she inspired me. And from that time up to now, when you talk about prayers and what, at that point I felt like I should say it. So yeah, thank you so much. Now, thank you. Thank you so much. Now that's what now I've understood it more, I've handled more and more now 5 years into the experience.
Thank you so much, Jared. I'm so much humbled. Oh my God, don't make me emotional. I see some hands. Oh my God. Oh. Is it okay? Okay.
Sorry, everyone. I stopped you. Last time I was in the church, I saw one lady, she came to talk about the mental health. You know, my profession, I was a teacher for journalists and telecommunication. I say, wow, these ladies, it is good that we make one radio emission with her. I came to ask her. She gave me the paper. After I got home, I called her. I said, Madam, you know, when I worked for a Catholic church in Ivory Coast 25 years. I was a Radio Vatican director in Ivory Coast. But my work, my bishop sent me, one day he called me and said, do you have a good dress there? Pick your dress, put in the bags, come. For me, we are going to travel. When I reached there, he told me, are you fine? I said, yes. Do you have your passport? I said, yes. Which passport you want? I have an international passport, official passport. I have a local passport. I said, put all of them in your pocket. Put in your pocket. I said, come drive my car. We are going to see our capital there, our city, because people have a hospital for the mental people there. People bring the nights, all people is sick to put there. He told me, you say this guy is naked. Give him your dress, watch him, cut him hair, I'm coming. Leave me there. It is my first time. I go to see the man, he's sitting there. I say, okay, let me cut your hair. I say, okay. I cut the hair to give him my course, very nice course I buy. I give him. When I come, my bishop tell me, since today, it is your mission. When I come to Uganda here, I come there 2013, December. We come here, I want to come back because I work in Mauritania, but when I reach there, I say, this place is very good. Me, I don't go anywhere. I'm here. Princess, she's Ugandan, but I know her. She's like my daughter. She's my daughter. I know her, it's like 4 years now. When I meet with her, She from very bad things, but I help. We together with some friend, we help her. Today I'm very happy she's there. But what I want to tell you, I'm here. I know my English is not good, but if I have many testimony about this thing, since today, if you want me, call me, I will come. Normally tomorrow I will be not there because I have some business ginger. I will send you someone big ginger can give me big money. But when we finish to eat, I tell Princess, I said me too. I'm there.
It's so lovely. It's so lovely. There's someone else. Let's not miss Howard. Let's try to be.
Good evening, members. Yeah, I came in late, but I'm called Dacha Margaret Okia, teacher and a parent. For 5 years now, I've not been in the field because of COVID. But I want to thank.
When Father was trying to put the internal and the external, it helped me to understand where I am, where my children are. I have 4 children. She's my firstborn. And I could realize when Father was talking that maybe almost all of us in the family would be sick. But you never even think about these things. That place of loss. Now when Michelle is talking and she's mentioning about the father, my daughter was so close to the father. So close. We all loved him, but there's a way he connected with his girl. So these things, I think they have a different way. What I really needed, before I go home, I want to make a request to you, Eric, that you mentioned those signs. Because I don't know if I missed it. You keep on saying, you need to know the signs. Yeah, but if you could just give us, even if it is, and now just a list, because I want to say that if anybody of us goes and does not come here tomorrow, we will have missed a lot. Yes, we shall consult him, but for me, I felt I would be more blessed. I am already blessed, but I would be more blessed, Eric, even if we meet outside, and you just tell me some of those signs, because I want to tell you when Father was talking, the point of loss when you feel alone, when you are in a crisis, when you need to decide, when you need to change. I think that's where there's a problem. Yeah, and I was telling my daughter when we were eating lunch, that you see all of us, I think we are mentally sick. And she laughed. Because this thing has gone very far. Then I was telling her, when I was growing up in my village, in Ntungamo, people would be running mad, and you meet a mad person, and he says, you are mad. Now, it's like when you are all mentally sick, you look at each other as if you are... Yes. So I don't want to declare that. May God cancel the words that I've said. But one thing I want to tell the people that are here, we are in schools. We own a school, Mantopo Primary and Nursery. It is in Narumye. But when you look at your teachers, you feel that maybe the teacher does something with the child, and you sit back and say, is this person normal? You had a woman, it is on social media, who dressed up her young child, a baby, very, very good looking. And actually when she's narrating her story, she says, I didn't know I was dressing up my child for the last time. I thank God that I took a picture, because the child was dressed up, and then she called her back to take a picture. The child went to school. As we know, children, in that moment when a child is over crying in the class, a teacher hit her head and she died. You all know what has happened with our child, the one who died recently, the El Shama. So in all these things, we really need this. I don't know how much we need this. For me, I want to make an invitation that the organizers of this conference, if you are available, come to our school and speak to the children and the parents. You can organize that properly. So that if people can't come here, you are able, like you have said, you can do that. The other thing that we can do, we have our in-services, our in-service education for our teachers, all these people that are in schools. How do you see if you found a place and you did a training, not for one day, but people pay like they're paying tuition. They come like for 2 weeks. They know that some of us who have schools we can organize, where people can come, different schools, they use the dormitories that our children use. It is holiday, and you meet teachers, because I believe teachers can really be agents of change, because they meet children every day, children that are supposed to change this world. Then, of course, when Michelle talked, I kept on asking myself, how much do we need people like Michelle to come out and speak to our young people? It was so unfortunate that when she was talking, my daughter had gone out. But for me, her words worked for me, and I continue to ask that wherever you are going, please, she will bring a big impact when she is talking from her experience. All of us want to hear. For me, when I go for a marriage seminar and people don't use their experiences with me, I don't, university, how you are a doctor. But Father did for us a big work here. We want to usually hear, has gone through it and has overcome. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Yeah, and we thank you so much, and thank you for being that courageous woman. Someone can give Michelle. This when someone comes out and they are trying to share, we always allow sharing to flow. I know time, but trust me, there are so many people who would like better.
Every evening, she would get fevers. You know fevers? Mommy, I feel another person is living in me. Now, I went to think, is this now a spirit of the Father coming into her? I didn't want to show how shattered I became. I just consoled myself and continued, all of us can't talk, she can't raise her hand, she can't walk. Even when you're taking her to the hospital, she's flat. Now, you go to the hospital, when medicine has been given, she tells you, Mommy, go back home. It's like that every day. She's on a painkiller. And now we start to ask yourself, these painkillers, what are they doing? But from just one, we met Madame Resti once. We have not gone to the hospital, okay?
Amen.
I thank God.
Amen. Amen. Thank you, Resti. We are happy to have you, work with BACS, mental health care, and we promise that wherever we go, we are always with these beautiful ladies and handsome men. Yes, I'm coming to you. Just tomorrow, of course, we might not talk about everything today. Tomorrow we even have individual sessions. You've seen a sister here. That's what brought her. Don't look at her. Just don't look at her veil and look at whatever and feel that maybe she doesn't understand. She has been dealing with those who are married. She's a clinical psychologist, and she has been on ground. So she's here to listen to us. We are all here. Eric is here, and Gerard is here. Tomorrow it is a day, I pray that it will be a day of healing. That's what I pray for. Of course, healing is a process. Healing is And I think one time I even also tried out suicide. I really, yes, when I was in school. And that was because of what I was going through mixed up with what was happening at home and so forth. And that's why there I said no. Let me tell you, I want to reveal something to you. Yesterday, I felt of canceling the whole program. Now we are talking as parents and as people who understand. I don't know, we're talking about crisis. I know she wants to tell you something. That there is something that, of course, all of us were like, now what do we do? We had a school so many schools that had booked, we want to come, we want our teachers to come, and we're almost in 30. And we're like, wow, but from nowhere, but I realized the devil is fighting. You know, from nowhere, people withdrew, and I'm like, what do we do? I remember we had a meeting. Thank you so much, Reste, Gerard, Joyce, she's a nurse, we always move with her. She's a nurse and also a counselor, we always move with her. She's there. Very lovely lady, very resilient lady, very passionate lady. Joyce, I salute you, and honestly, I promise that we shall work together and we shall work towards the well-being of the community and in schools and in our families. So we almost cancelled it because when you're organizing, they were talking about, that's why as you go back, can we try to look around and see if we can also recommend some people to come tomorrow, to come and we attend. Otherwise, sometimes they say, openness. For us, we have plans to be open. We talk about what is happening. We are also in a financial crisis right now. Because, you find that something's really, we need to run. All these, service providers, we've been online. People have been watching and some people have been touched by we see calls and messages coming in. But we cannot handle this or cannot do this without finances. So when we call upon you, sometimes we have one honorable here. I always call her. I wish you would want. Yes, I wish she can represent us. She's that serious woman. I talked to her. She has been trying to reach out to different people, and you can imagine she's an aspirant LC3. She's an LC2 somewhere. You can imagine a big woman we really need to clap for you. Thank you so much for the service. And we need some people like this to come and we have these meetings. It's a dialogue. I was telling you guys, why you're going also to leave us in crisis. For all those who wish really to come tomorrow, and you feel maybe there's something that you need to add on to this. Because people you cannot ask, I don't want to bring you fake people. I want to bring for you professional people like Madame Jovia, like Eric, like people who are experienced. I don't want to make a mistake of bringing out people who will come and pray with your mind. No. I want us to have quality than quantity, okay? So I want us to have all this. But when you see, we are trying also to make sure that our stand. I don't want sisters, we don't because we have to feed, we have to do whatever. So that's it. So, but of course I've been open that we need to do something as a group, but we appreciate those who have really done, you have sacrificed a lot. Clap for yourself. Thank you so much. You've sacrificed a lot, you've sacrificed your money, you've sacrificed your time, and trust me, you will not regret. In Jesus' name. Amen. You will not regret. And what we are going to do, please, just know we shall keep hugging each other. Wherever you are, let's try to create that. Teachers who are here, please make sure that you get in our WhatsApp group. It is a WhatsApp group that will make change in our community. Tomorrow we shall have our certificates. Tomorrow we shall have our certificates. Those who will attend all 2 days, please, you get those certificates. But before me, how many? I give you 20 seconds.
And we also want to organize conferences for teachers. So when you talked about it, I was like, Mom is talking about something we are planning, and we would really be glad to participate in your school because we want to start we are like the one of this year at the end of this term, so that the students are part of it, and also the teachers of various schools are empowered. So we shall be glad to work with us to have them.
Thank you so much. Whoever feels like giving her a hug, please. Oh, there is something. Hi. Some tea. You can pick your. Please take something.
Hello. In relation to mental health, and the paper is already published through Canadian Education. And this research was done here in Uganda. Mental health for teachers. So we have a guideline. Yes.
Thank you so much, Jared. I don't want to leave Princess without saying something. Friends, I want to see everyone chewing something. Please. Much as we are in a crisis, but still, let's not go anywhere in the crisis of the stomach. Okay? Please, I want to see everyone moving. Okay? Let's go and pick something. All right? Thank you. Yes, Princess has something she would like to share with us. As we have, this is going to be social time. Okay? Social time, let's use this time. Teachers, please make sure tomorrow you bring more teachers. Where is this one from St. Denis? We need more teachers. You need to come to me and learn the tricks of convincing. If you don't convince people, you confuse them. But we need them here.
Hello, everybody.
Hello.
Normally, I'm somebody who is a bit reserved. I don't want usually to speak. I have few words, but I'm too grateful and humbled for being here. I'm one kind who used to be too judgmental. I used to judge people, but what I've learned today that we should not judge anybody. Sometimes for cultives because of circumstances. Another thing I've learned, they mentioned being too organized. I don't know if it's a problem. I'm one person who likes excellency. I'm too picky, so I didn't know that it was also a problem being too organized, because every time I want this and that, and sometimes people run out from me because I've been that kind. I've learned that. Another thing, this is not about, mental health is not about, it's not about religion. Me, I'm not Catholic. I come from another religion, but when I met Mr. Grizzlestone, he became my friend. In other words, actually people ask me about my therapist. I say he's my therapist. He has been a friend, and I've walked with him. I didn't even want to come here, but he convinced me. Another thing about parents, they have to be patient. They have to be patient with people. Because people that have mental issues at times, they need time. Another thing, love. Love conquers. If you love somebody, somebody can be transformed and somebody can change. You don't have to set a lot of pressure on somebody. Another thing I have, many youths want to speak out. They're dying in silence, but stigma. What are we going to do about that? Thank you.
Thank you so much, Princess, the most beautiful lady. They need your Princess. Thank you so much for standing up and for being able to talk, yet you've actually not been a person who speaks out, and we appreciate that. We really appreciate that. And for those who are still sharing, it's okay. It's okay. And Princess talked about not judging. We are seeing people on the street. We see people struggling outside there, and we want to judge them by their behaviors. Friends, a behavior, let's learn to separate a behavior from human beings. A behavior can be learned and can be unlearned. So people are not exactly what you see. But there is something we can do, me and you, to make sure that we create a wholesome person, wholesomely functioning. But now if we want to judge it, like Father was telling us here, all of us were not, let no one write you that they are holy, they are, righteous. No, all of us, we have our weaknesses and our strength, okay? So let's learn not to judge people by maybe what they do, but let's always try to empower people and be a shoulder for someone. So we thank you so much for being a shoulder. Of course, I will not mention most of the things. You've tried to reach out to say, I would like to see Princess being better and better. So, and of course, for the sake of confidentiality, some of the things we don't want to mention them here. But we shall create time for those who have personal issues. Please, tomorrow, don't miss out. If you have anything you've observed in your child, anything that you've observed in the children at school, because I was once a child, you were once a child, he was once a child, okay? Anything that you've observed and you feel stuck, please bring it out tomorrow. And how I wish we get more teachers, because teachers are the parents nowadays, because our children spend most of the time at school. So that's why we also wanted to engage all of you. You've seen what is happening in schools. And what we can tell you, you've seen just some of the consequences of depression. You saw people coming, ending their lives. But trust me, majority of them, about 100, we would assure you that 70% of them are contemplating about suicide because they present. And sometimes we are so taken up by church, by whatever. Sometimes when people hear me talk about, because I go to church, actually, I did my formation from Emmaus Center. I am trained, but I want us to have this. Taking care of our body is very crucial and very essential. Taking care of our mind is also another crucial part. Taking care of our soul. Trust me, you cannot function better if you don't take care of the three parts of you. So for you and I to work and function wholesomely, we have to learn. Go do exercises, eat well, don't eat junks. Take care of your body, because once you don't take care of this body and you start getting complications, your mind is going to be affected and your soul will be affected. You will miss also, you start blaming God for nothing. You start abusing God for nothing, okay? So from that time I said, well, I think we need to work together, me and you, and make sure that we create a change in our society. Thank you so much. Thank you for listening. I love you all. Oh, the stigma, true. Let me tell you, most of the time, sweethearts, there are some sweethearts outside there, behind there. Many times we've met our clients and some of these young people of recent, we lost. I'm also one of the people, by the way, who advocate for boys and girls, because we have seen a number of men committing suicide, and most of them are really going through a lot because the culture has told them, please, you need to be strong. So they try to be stronger, but even if you try to mask, trust me, you want to be strong deep inside. Like emotionally, you will reach time, when you get a bottle of Coca-Cola and you shake it, and you shake it, you keep shaking it, you keep shaking it, and you keep shaking it. Don't think that way. So what happens when you open? That's what happens. Do you want us to first burst? So there is a lot, people have misconceptions about mental health. Mental health is like any other disease. So one thing we are trying to do is creating awareness that mental health is also another illness. Just like you get a child in the school, you get a child in the school who has malaria, and it is a terrible malaria. By the time you take the child to the hospital here, the child has passed on. It's just like as when a child commits suicide, it's a mental health case. But some of us, of course, when someone commits suicide, last time, let me tell you one thing. Last time something happened, I think I remember discussing with some of us, a certain gentleman who was going through a lot of emotional challenges, and he decided to be so, to keep it with himself. Joyce and your friend, he decided to keep it with himself. I'm trying to answer her question. So when he decided to keep it with himself, you know how many can want stories, I'm okay, I'll be fine. So it so happened that a sister observed that something was going on. So this gentleman was really completely down, but he kept on telling people, I will be fine and I'm fine. But they had observed issues, psychosomatics and everything, but he refused to be taken for therapy and for treatment. He told them and gave them false hope, and it showed them false confidence, but yet deep inside him, he was dying. So guess what happened? One time he called one of his friends and wrote a will, and that was a red flag to me. I told them, family, what are you waiting for? There are a lot, of course, that they had shared. He wrote a will and gave it to the friend. I told the problem they were, if they were near, I would even come with Chiboko, because they didn't know what depression can do to someone. When he wrote a will, I told them, if agreement has not worked out, please forcefully take this person to a safe place. And unfortunately, he told them one time that he needed a place that is calm, that is cool. He went in the boys' quarters. He has everything. He has not, like when it comes to material, he has everything. But he committed suicide. Just 3 weeks ago, he committed suicide. And they lost him. I told them, I felt bad. But when they approached me, they told me, Judy, I think God wanted me to go through whatever I went through so that I also help other people. They told me, at least please don't tell anyone. I'm trying to answer her. Don't share with anyone. And guess what they were telling people? He got headache during burial. He got headache, and from nowhere, when we were taking him to the hospital, he passed on. That's what the family said. I'm talking about the stigma that is surrounding mental health. And if we cannot break this stigma, my friend, all we are working for are caskets in our families. If we are not working for caskets, we are working for these behaviors you're seeing. LGBT, people are getting into homosexuality, but sometimes people think that homosexuality, tomorrow I will share with you different. They think it's not a mental health. It is also part of the mental health. The consequences, the fruits of mental health, I'm telling you. Some of the fruits, why do you think it is? Some people think that, people go for it, for whatever, for money. Trust me, even if it is for money and you're a normal functioning person, you cannot choose to go for it. Why would someone wants to go in the toilet? Why would you choose to go? But that's something that is abnormal. What do you want from the toilet anyway? Sorry, the problem, I say things the way they are, especially when I'm with mature people like you. But we need to do something. Schools, we have gone in schools. Young boys and young ladies, homosexuality. At times, I remember telling Gerard, one time I told Gerard, what do we do? That's why you see us now existing. Because you go in a school, and after psychoeducating them, children who are not trusting their parents, children who are not trusting their parents, not trusting their teachers. When you go into school and we just do psychoeducation, children will come and you see a line from here up to there. And what do you get? They are guilty of some of the things. Sometimes they are coming to you telling you they don't sleep. That's why we move with psychiatric doctors as well. as my team. If you're planning to call me and you call me alone, you call Eric alone, yes, fine, but we always encourage, if you're planning to call, if you're calling Pax, call the team, because we know what it means. We've gone in a place where you go and you feel like sleeping there. Children are not ending. And what are they presenting? All those behaviors. Some are, pornography. Some, they are doing masturbation and they are trying out to get out of it. They cannot get out of it, but they are busy. They are not telling you. Children of 12 years to 16 years in homosexuality. We shall discuss more tomorrow. Thank you so much. May God bless you.
Thank you.